too late playing Donkey Kong because I'm an idiot. So, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to turn this down to about there. That should take care of it pretty well. Okay, little sound check. All right, so we are actually going to review sections 1, 2, 3 first. However, we're not going to go through these things. We're gonna review the actual test questions themselves, but we're only worried about the ones that say like network 1, concepts 1, things like that. So we're gonna kind of speed run these a little bit. We're not gonna spend too much time on them because we are gonna dedicate a whole day to like looking through these, but we're only looking for topics sections 1, 2, and 3. So let's go, and we're worried about the ones that are wrong and the ones that are flagged. Oh, by the way, I'm ParaDiddlePete. I do things that I think are interesting. I play games, I do network, I look at tech. I just kind of not a real focus for the channel, just kind of things that I like. So if you're here for it, awesome. Here we go.
What kind of traffic is referred to as north-south in a data center?
Traffic that represents clients, meaning the people who are trying to access the network outside the data center. So people who think of the hierarchy of the tree, and like people who are the devices who are trying to access the server. That is north-south. Why have you forsaken me, Speechify? Why have you have... I like when I do all of these tests and whatever. Sometimes it needs to be clicked a few times. Sorry. Turning on my fan because it gets really hot in my room. Okay, north-south traffic in a data center refers to the flow of data to the to and from clients outside the data center, involving requests made by those clients involving requests made by these clients and the responses they receive. It is not related to internal server communication. Internal server communication would be east to west. No text. Okay. There we go.
An engineer uses fiber optic cable for a run within a building to a centralized fiber distribution panel in a network closet. Which type of transceiver would the engineer most likely use to achieve 40 GBE speed?
So remember that SFTP is one channel. That's a 1. Is one channel, and it's 1 gig. Okay. SFTP plus is 1 channel and 10 gigs. QSFP is 4 channels, each at 10 gigs. So that means that it is QSFP because that is what's going to hit the GB. And the reason it says GBE is gigabytes enterprise. I don't remember why it says enterprise, but that's what that E stands for. Cool.
Quad small form factor pluggable SFP, QSFP, and QSFP Plus is a transceiver form factor designed to support 40 GBE plus other high bandwidth applications, including InfiniBand and SONET. Small form factor pluggable SFP uses Lucent connectors LC connectors and is designed for gigabit Ethernet. SFP Plus is an updated specification to support 10 GBE.
Yep, so there it is right there. All right, let's do the next one.
Systems administrator installs a connectivity device that results in a high number of data collisions. Which device did the administrator install?
High number of data collisions. It's very easy. That's going to be a hub. And just so you know, the difference between a hub and a switch is, so like this is the hub, and all other devices go into it, but it's not smart. It only has like one channel. It's not called one channel, but it's basically like one channel. So like only this device and this device can talk at a time. And then we have to wait until that conversation's over for another device and this device to talk. They have to wait their turn. So it gets really, really slow, very inefficient. We have collision of packets, data loss. It's a mess. Hub is legacy.
A hub, also known as a dumb device, connects computers to a network in a star configuration. A hub lacks the features contained in a switch, such as traffic control based on physical addressing, which can result in a high number of data collisions.
So a bridge is 2 different things. You either bridge your Wi-Fi, so like if you are at home and you have an Eero, you can set it to DHCP mode, basically, where it gives out IP addresses, or you can put it in bridge mode, where it just basically becomes a Wi-Fi extender. It's just an AP. Or a bridge is something that bridges 2 different local areas. So let's say that you have like a high school and a middle school, and they're only separated by like half a mile. There's gonna be a bridge between those 2, and it can be wireless or it can be wired, but it has one function where it only connects one way, that one wire, that one strand, that one focus. No other things can connect to it. A switch is like the son of the hub. It's what everything is used now. And a media center has like a whole bunch of like, that's the throwaway question. Or sorry, that's the throwaway answer. That's not a device. Or sorry, media converter. Sorry, I read it wrong. Media converter is like something that converts fiber into like Ethernet. All right, number 3 is what we did yesterday, actually.
An employee in a branch office is accessing resources in a building at the headquarters location over a virtual private network, VPN. The gateway at the branch office establishes a VPN connection with the gateway at the headquarters office. Which of the following terms correctly identifies the deployment of this VPN?
Okay, so what's going on with this is that we have the head office, so HO, or I guess it could be headquarters, I don't care, right? And then we have all of these different VPNs that reach out. So let's call this music and arts. This is the headquarters, okay? And then we have store 1, store 2, store 3, and so on and so forth. In order for all of these stores to be able to connect to the main headquarters, they need a site-to-site VPN. That's what's happening here. Think of it like a bike. It's like a spoke topology, and this is the center of the wheel, and these are all the different spokes, and then these are also all connected as well. So, boom. Okay. Or sorry, no, those are not connected as well, because then that would not be site to site. Okay. A virtual desktop means that you can log into any computer anywhere that is within the company, that is within the site, and all of your stuff will be there. Okay. Clientless VPN. What does that mean again? That's the last thing that we did yesterday. Clientless VPN. Oh man, I cannot remember. Okay, split tunnel and full tunnel means that you as the person, as the individual, you have a VPN that goes to headquarters, that goes to the company's internal servers and the internal network, and then you have another tunnel that goes around it to access the WAN, to access the World Wide Web. Clientless VPN. I don't want to read it. I want to try to remember it. Clientless VPN. Clientless VPN. It was something that I remember reading it and being like, it didn't make sense with its connection between clientless. Okay, I give in.
Clientless VPN connections use web browsers to implement remote desktop VPN connections. Virtual desktop is not a type of VPN deployment model.
Connection uses, it uses a web browser. So it means that you're able to access the company's servers, the company's network, through a web browser, not through an application. Excuse me, not through an application. All right, number 2.
Which port configuration is typically used to connect switches, or to connect a switch to a router for handling multiple VLANs?
So let's think of VLANs as highways. So we have VLAN. Ooh. I need to just get my. So we have VLAN 1. We have VLAN 2. Okay. And it's going, and this is going, and it's going to the same port. Okay. It needs to be tagged as such. It needs to know that this is port 1 and this is also port 1. Okay. Now, subsequently, if we group these things together, it's called a trunk. So access point has to deal with internet. That has to deal with usually Wi-Fi, but it doesn't have to be. It could just it can you can connect to it to and extend the landline to an extent. Untagged port is the exact opposite of this, and then host port. What is host port?
A host port is also another term for an untagged port, which is not suitable for connecting switches or routers for multiple VLANs.
Let's see what its actual definition is.
A tagged port, often operating as a trunk port, is used for transporting traffic addressed to multiple VLANs. This configuration is typically used to connect switches, or to connect a switch to a router in environments where multiple VLANs exist.
Yep. Cool, which is most environments. Number 3, all right, here we go. Let's do this one.
Network administrator is designing a set of Internet Protocol IP addresses for a Class C network in order to lease it out to clients when booting. A set of printers will require the same IP address upon renewing the lease. Which of the following network components will support this design? Select 2.
So what's going on here is that we have the, I'm going to get my tablet. And I'm going to pray that it still works. I can't imagine my Wacom not working anymore. Like, why? Why would it not? Shoot. Uh-oh. I can't use that. Uh-oh. I can't use that. Uh-oh. How am I gonna plug this in? All my ports are taken. Oh, no. That's the capture card. I can unplug the capture card. Yeah, definitely tired. Let's see if this works better. Whoa. Let's see here. Good. Hey, check it out. It works. Sweet. Okay, so what's going on here is that we have the DHP server. And what a DHP server is that it makes private, we'll just put, it makes private IP addresses. Okay? And it distributes them out to all devices. What this is saying is that we have some printers. This is my printer. And these private IP addresses have an expiration date. So they expire at a certain time. So they have an expiration date. All private IP addresses have an expiration date. But what he wants is to make sure that these have the same IP addresses every single time. The way we're going to get this done is through DHCP scope options. Okay? To make sure that the scope options, it says, hey, these are reserved. We're also going to reserve the IP addresses as well. Hey, look, that worked out really, really well. Okay.
Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol (DHCP) provides an automatic method for allocating an IPv4 address, subnet mask, and default gateway. IP reservation, or MAC reservation, is a mapping of the MAC address to a specific IP address within the DHCP server's pool. The same IP address will be given to the registered MAC address of the requesting client.
Yes, so DHCP does use MAC addresses in order to make sure that the reservation is going to the right thing. Because how else would they know that the IP address is going to go to that printer? If the printer already lost its IP address, how's the DHCP server going to know where it's at? It uses ARP. It uses all those. It keeps a nice little table of all of its MAC addresses. So it's like, hey, this MAC address always gets this IP address. And that's how those things work. All right, let's go to number 12. We're going to skip it because it's a 5.0. We're going to do that tomorrow. Okay, here we go. 1.1.
A security administrator wants to ensure that the router setup prevents badly addressed packets from permanently circulating the network. Which of the following accomplishes this?
So it's going to be time to live. Time to live is how long a packet has to live before it goes away. Now, I'm not going to lie, that kind of blows my mind about how information can just be lost. Like, I mean, it makes sense, but at the same time, like, it doesn't make sense. But that's a more, like, almost philosophical, physical question about information not being lost or destroyed. It can only be transported. But anyway, point is that when you ping something, you are basically using your computer to reach out to another device and say, hey, are you there? And then the computer says, yes, I'm here. And it has to ping back 4 things. It's like 4 or 5 things. And it gets an estimated time of live. So it goes, not going. Oh, it timed out. That packet dies. And it goes to the next one. Okay? Administrative distance is the distance it takes for packets to go between 2 different things. So for instance, A distance that is static is an administration distance of 1, all the way up to, you guessed it, 255, which is known as unknown. Quality of service is a much big different thing. Static route goes with administrative distance. Let's see what it has to say about all these things.
At each router, the time to live TTL IP header field is decreased by at least 1. This prevents badly addressed packets from permanently circulating the network. Quality of service QoS ensures that voice or video communications are free from problems, such as dropped packets, delays, or jitter. Static routing tables are manually configured and require a lot of maintenance when there is a change in the network. This is not ideal for a robust network. An administrative distance add value expresses the relative trustworthiness of the protocol supplying the route.
Okay.
Default add values are coded into the router, but can be adjusted by the administrator if necessary.
All right, 14.
The CEO of an organization informs IT that email is not working. Upon investigating the problem, an engineer discovers that the company's domain name system records are missing on a company-owned internal DNS server. Which record should the engineer fix to solve the email issue?
So I've talked about this question before in the past. I didn't really like it because it used Mail Exchanger. Mail Exchanger is nowhere in the review materials whatsoever. Okay, so Mail Exchanger record identifies a email server from the domain, and typically in a typical network, multiple servers are defined to provide redundancy. It's not a canonical name. A CNAME is a record. A CNAME record is a domain name system for a DNS record. It's not. It doesn't have anything to do with mail. It might be used with mail a little bit, but it has nothing to do with mail. Okay, pointer.
A pointer PTR is a domain name system DNS record that creates an Internet Protocol IP address to hostname mapping that corresponds to the host A record stored in the forward lookup zone.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. All these records are they're kind of hard. They're kind of like ports.
A network specialist wants to use a widely accepted dial-in user service that allows access over switches, wireless networks, and virtual private networks. What dial-in user service would meet the needs of the specialist and organization?
So the reason I put TACAX Plus is because it does do this, except this is proprietary, or at least it's more proprietary than open. It's a Cisco thing.
Remote authentication dial-in user service Radius is widely used for client device access over switches, wireless networks, and VPNs. Terminal Access Controller Access Control System TACAX Plus is a similar protocol to Radius, but designed to be more flexible and reliable. TACAX Plus was developed by Cisco, but supported many of the other third-party and open-source Radius server implementations.
So think of TACAX Plus like a social media manager. Sorry. Think about TACAX Plus like an API. Like a lot of companies and a lot of websites and things like that, they give you the API, but the API is not the full functionality. 9 times out of 10 is not the full functionality of what it can actually do, right? Because they want people to actually go to their website. So like Facebook gives out an API for social media manager, third-party websites, but it lacks certain features, or you can't do certain things like post reels or schedule more than a month in advance, things like this, because Facebook wants you to go onto their website. Same thing with this, like TACAX Plus, it does work with a lot of third-party and open source systems, but it's mainly proprietary and only Cisco devices can use them. Okay. The extendable authentication protocol provides a framework for deploying multiple types of authentication protocols and technologies. Common vulnerabilities and exposure. This is a directory, kind of like a dictionary of all vulnerabilities in published open systems. Okay, so this is like a Wikipedia of vulnerabilities almost. Cool. Next one, 16. So that's why it's Radius instead of TACAX Plus.
A vendor visits an organization to demo a network management device. As part of the hands-on demonstration, an IT engineer can see and manage an extended service set S on the network. Based on the engineer's experience with the device, what is the vendor demonstrating?
So he's demonstrating a wireless controller. And I remember the reason I flagged this thing is because I wasn't fully sure what a wireless controller was, and I didn't know what a VoIP PBX was. Remember, when you're answering a question, you need to not just know what the answer is, you need to know what or why the other answer choices are wrong. Okay? And we'll go more in depth with that a little bit later, but just know like that is the most optimal way of studying. Don't just know the answer. Know why the other ones are not the answer. It's like the 80-20 principle. All right, let's see what's going on here.
A wireless controller is a hardware device or software application which can centralize the management function of a wireless network. An extended service set is defined in a wireless network. A multi-layer switch routes, based on the contents of packets at layers 3 and up, and more effectively in a VLAN environment. A multi-layer switch is an appropriate solution for this scenario. A Voice over Internet Protocol VoIP Private Branch Exchange PBX is the core switch that controls all function found in a VoIP system. Remote Authentication Dial-in User Service Radius is a standard protocol used to manage remote and wireless authentication infrastructures.
Okay, so let's look at the VoIP is the throwaway answer. Okay, so honestly, so is a multi-layer switch, to be totally honest, because a VoIP BPX is a private branch exchange. It doesn't really say that it's wireless. It might be implied. So it might go in there a little bit, like it might, okay, might make a little sense, but it doesn't have any, it has nothing to do with this, as a part of the hands-on demonstration, the engineer sees and extends the service set on the network. So it has nothing to really do. So he's extending the ESS. The ESS is what extends the SSID, like, of the network. Okay, multi-layer switch is a physical thing. That's a throwaway. Now the Radius server and the wireless controller, these are closely related because they both deal with wireless stuff. But this is a controller for the wireless. This just allows wireless. All right, let's move to the next one.
A small business wants to make its website public. 2 physical servers that host the website have load balancing configured. Each server has its own Internet Protocol IP address. Having only one public IP address from the Internet Service Provider ISP, what might a network administrator set up so the company's website can interface with public users?
Okay, so set up an IPv6 tunneling, set up port forwarding. This is the throwaway. That's not the answer. This has nothing to do with tunneling whatsoever. Set up a static net or set up port forwarding. Both of these are closely connected to PAT. PAT is basically a more advanced version of NAT. Okay. Also, port forwarding and PAT are very, very closely related. Let's see what the difference is.
Port address translation, PAT, is beneficial in cases where multiple private IP addresses are being mapped onto a single public address.
Okay, and what's port forwarding?
Port forwarding, also known as destination NAT, means that the router takes requests from the internet for a specific application, HTTP port 80, and changes the destination address to send them to a designated host and port on the LAN.
Okay, so my question... excuse me. What is the difference between port forwarding and PAT? It's thinking. Hold on, boys. Let it think. Let it cook, as the kids say. Yeah, because they're both closely related because PAT does some type of port forwarding. Here we go. Key differences. Boom. Oh, come on. There it goes.
Forwarding directs specific incoming traffic by port to a single internal device, while PAT allows multiple internal devices to share a single public IP by dynamically assigning unique source ports. Analogy. Port forwarding, like assigning a dedicated mailbox port to a specific person device in a building, so all letters traffic for that mailbox go directly to them. PAT, like a postal worker router, stamping outgoing letters traffic from multiple people in the building with unique return addresses source ports, so replies go back to the correct sender. In-depth explanation. Port forwarding. Purpose. Expose a specific service, for example, web server, game server, on a private network to the internet. How it works, maps a public port, for example, TCP/80 on the router, to a private IP, and port, for example, 192.168.1.1080. Example. A router forwards port 3074 to a gaming console to allow multiplayer connections. Limitation requires manual configuration and only handles incoming traffic. PAT, port address translation purpose. Allow multiple devices on a private network to share a single public IP address. How it works, translates private IP addresses and source ports. For example, 192.168.1.5 4900200, and 33 to a public IP with a unique ephemeral port, for example, 203.0.113.1 1025. Example, a home router uses PAT. So all devices, phone, laptop, smart TV share the same public IP but have distinct port numbers for outgoing traffic. Key benefit, dynamic and scalable, no manual port mapping required. Real-world example or scenario. Port forwarding. A small business wants customers to access its internal web server, 192.100 and 68.1.20, via the public IP 203.0.113.1. The router is configured to forward TCP port 80 HTTP to 192.168.1.280. PAT. A remote office with 50 employees shares one public IP. Each device uses a unique source port, for example, 203.0.113.1. Each device uses a unique...
For outgoing... We're not going to have it read all those numbers. That's stupid. For outgoing traffic, web browsing, email, ensuring replies are routed correctly. So... the difference is port forwarding is, it sounds like it's only out. It's one way. And PAT looks like it's two ways. So is port Man, 12 seconds. Yeah, but with nuance. Port forwarding is primarily one way inbound, including external devices that initiate connections to internal. So it's external devices that initiate connections to an internal service. Okay? Port is two-way. Okay, or don't do it.
Enabling internal devices to initiate outbound connections and receive return traffic via dynamically assigned ports.
Okay. Direction inbound only by default. Static rule map. Public port. External devices send traffic to public ports. Routing forward to it to the internal devices. Internal devices reply using the same port. Use case scenarios: exposing services, web servers, gaming consoles. I guess that makes sense. I'm trying to make it make sense in terms of gaming consoles. Like if I'm playing Halo, I feel like there would need to be traffic both ways. So PAT is going to be outbound only, internal to external, but return traffic is mapped back to the correct internal device. Okay, internal device initiates the connection, the browsing of the website. Routing assignments are unique. A unique source port, like 1025, and track session, external server records, and routing forwards back to. So it doesn't just send, it receives. Okay, key differences. Port forwarder requires manual configuration to all inbound traffic. Wow. PAT is dynamically manages inbound traffic and returns paths without manual setup. So PAT is just overall like way better. It's overall all better. So if we go back to this thing, it's not a static NAT, because a static NAT is going to be a public IP address to one device. It's going to be a one-to-one. We just learned what PAT was. PAT is port forwarding that goes in both directions. It's not IPv6 tunneling. That's the throwaway. And port forwarding is the misdirection. There's always a throwaway, and there's usually a misdirection. And just so that way we've read the actual
Port
definition.
address translation PAT is beneficial in cases where multiple private IP addresses are being mapped onto a single public address.
Okay, we'll do that tomorrow. Okay, let's do this one.
What is the primary purpose of using a dedicated VLAN for voice traffic?
To prioritize voice traffic over other types of data packets. This is also called a auxiliary VLAN. Auxiliary VLANs are dedicated VLANs that are just meant for voice traffic. It helps segregate it from all other packets, all other traffic. It also helps when it comes to troubleshooting if there's jitter or it falls or something breaks. Okay.
Voice traffic has specific bandwidth and latency requirements that necessitate prioritization over other types of data to maintain quality. A dedicated VLAN for voice traffic enables this prioritization.
Okay, so what is the primary purpose of using a dedicated VLAN for voice? To increase the number of available IP addresses. That has nothing to do with anything. IP addresses and VLANs don't really have, like, they're not dependent on each other. To simplify the network configuration. So this is the throwaway. This is the misdirect. Because yes, it is to simplify the network configuration internally. Okay, to reduce the cost of network infrastructure. Maybe, kind of, no, not really. Like I can see how it's tied in, but it has nothing to do with it. Let's move on.
A network administrator is setting up the protocol for identifying routes within an autonomous system. Which of the following protocols is the network administrator using?
So it's IGP. IGP is
Answer, RAP, you were correct.
IGP is the Interior Gateway Protocol. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of these. There's a whole bunch of protocols determining how packets get to their destination in terms of like the world almost. Okay, so RIP is it counts the measure of hops. So because the protocol is not just necessarily where it's going, but it's how it's going to get there. Okay, or the IGP. So RIP is that it's going to find the path with the least amount of hops, meaning the least amount of turns. You would think that this would be efficient, but it's actually some of the most inefficient things that you could ever imagine. It does not work very, very well. Here it is.
The Routing Information Protocol, RIP, is a distance vector routing protocol. RIP only considers a single piece of information about the network topology.
Yeah, and the only topology that it considers is how many hops it has to do. Okay, RIP is a part of IGP. Okay, EGP. EGP is very, very close.
An Exterior Gateway Protocol, EGP, can advertise routes between autonomous systems. An EGP includes a field to communicate the network's autonomous system ID.
Yep, and then here's the actual answer.
An interior gateway protocol IGP identifies routes within an autonomous system as well as the algorithm used to determine the network topology. Routing protocols may be classified according to how they deal with administrative boundaries.
So an autonomous system is a system that figures out the route by itself. So think of it like this. This is the umbrella. Inside that umbrella is this. Inside of this is this. And there's a bunch of protocols that are inside of here. Some are proprietary, some are not. Okay, this is the throwaway. Where are we at? Next. No, we'll do that tomorrow. Here we go.
What happens if both sides of a link aggregation are set to passive mode?
An aggregation is a cluster. It's a conglomeration of something. Okay. So what if the link aggregation is set to passive mode? No channel is created. Okay. Physical links are disabled. No. That's your throwaway. A bonded channel is created with increased latency. A bonded channel is created with reduced latency. These are the misdirect. Okay. This is a tricky question because the actual answer looks like the throwaway answer. Because if you look at it, it says these two are similar, right? That's why it's easily to identify that these are the misdirect answers. The physical links are disabled is actually the throwaway. Okay, let's see what we got.
When both sides of a link aggregation are set to passive mode, no bonded channel will be created because both sides are waiting for the other to initiate the LACP process. For a bonded channel to be established, at least one side must be in active mode. When both sides are set to passive, no bonded channel is created at all. So there's no question of reduced bandwidth due to passive configuration.
Yep. Okay. Moving on. 34.
A firewall configuration handles threat management with an active approach. Which feature operates this way?
So a firewall configuration is handling threat management with an active approach. Fantastic. Okay. So wireless controller. This is a controller that handles all of your wireless devices. No, well, I don't want to say wireless devices, but your wireless connection. It's gonna control like hardware. That's the word I'm looking for. Hardware devices, software applications. Okay. Amplification is amplifying a Wi-Fi, and a AAA server. What is a AAA server again? Crap, I can't remember. I tried, boys.
An authentication, authorization, and accounting AAA device uses a security concept where a centralized platform verifies object identification, ensures the object is assigned relevant permissions, and then creates an audit trail.
Okay. Authentication, authorization, and accounting. That's what AAA is. It's a security concept. So this is the misdirect. Okay. Throwaway, misdirect. Let's see what amplification is. Where is that? We'll just read all of it.
An intrusion prevention system, IPS, is an inline security device that monitors suspicious network and/or system traffic and reacts in real time to block it. An IPS uses an active approach to threat management. A repeater is a device that amplifies an electronic signal to extend the maximum allowable distance for a media type. A wireless controller is a hardware device or software application which can centralize the management function of a wireless network. An extended service set is defined in a wireless network.
I don't know why it talked about that, but whatever. About the extender. That wasn't even an answer choice. Maybe it was talking about amplification. But anyway, this is why acronyms are so freaking important. Okay? Greetings! What's up, Oaks? Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. This is why acronyms are so important. Because we have, literally, it's in the name.
Intrusion prevention system.
Intrusion prevention system. So a firewall configuration handles threats management with active approach. Which one is it? I don't know. Probably the intrusion prevention system. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's move on to the next one.
Which device type does an IT systems engineer install to control logical network traffic?
Okay, so the hub is the throwaway answer because it's legacy. It doesn't have anything to do. No one uses them anymore. If you get a job somewhere and they have a hub, they got a lot of problems going on. Okay, it's not a modem. Honestly, all three of these are the misdirect because of the way the internet works in a private household with your service provider. Xfinity gives you one box. This one box is your router, your switch, your modem. It's an all-in-one. Okay, so it becomes very, very hard, and people be using all of these words, all these names interchangeably as if they're all the same thing. So people be saying, "Oh yeah, that's my router. Plug it into the router." My Wi-Fi. Oh, my Wi-Fi is my router. Like they'll be saying all these. Oh, that's the modem. They think the average person thinks that all three of these things are exactly the same, and most people don't even know what a switch is. Okay, but it's not a modem. A modem is what gives you your public IP address from your service provider. Okay, is a device that enables digital data to be sent over a long medium, such as a telephone line. It's not really a telephone line anymore. I mean, I guess it might still be called a telephone line, but it's not really. Okay. So now it just brings us down to what the difference is between a switch and a router. A switch is a layer 3 device. Sorry, a router is a layer 3 device. A switch is a layer 2 device. The difference between them is one is smarter than the other. So let's just have it read it.
A network switch in its simplest form is a layer 2 network device. Switches can handle and control traffic based on a node's physical address, which is also known as a hardware address or media access control MAC address.
So it controls traffic based on node's physical address. And the reason it does physical addresses is because it usually handles the internal traffic of a private network. So let's bring this back out. Okay, so think of it like this. We have our router. Okay, and we have our WAN. Okay, the WAN's connected to the router. The router is connected to a switch. The switch has 4 ports. This is so much easier than using my mouse. Like, I can't even begin to express to you. Each one of these ports is connected to a device. So let's say that this is your TV, this is your PC, this is your Xbox, and this is your I don't know, your security system. Okay, this is all within a private network. Okay, now I should have put like a modem or something like in here of some kind, or a DHCP server. Okay, there's definitely a DHCP server. Sometimes it's in here, it can be in here, or it can be like its own thing. Okay, but the point is, the DHCP server is giving out private IP addresses, and the switch is making sure that all of them know what's going on, and it's connecting the private IPs and the MAC. Ooh, let's make it capital. Okay, well, connecting is a bad term. It's not necessarily connecting it. What it's doing is it's making sure that it's keeping track of it. Okay, so the switch has no access. No access to WAN. You can't connect the switch to the WAN. Only the router has access to the WAN. Now that's super oversimplified, But for the most part, that's exactly what that does. Okay, so let's read and see what it has to say.
A router is a layer 3 device. A router can be used to segregate network devices by using a logical address such as an Internet Protocol IP address. A network switch in its simplest form is a layer 2 network device. Switches can handle and control traffic based on a node's physical address, which is also known as a hardware address or Media Access Control MAC address.
Yes, so it's handling it all through the physical address, the MAC address. This is segregating networks, devices using logical addresses such as IPs. Okay? All right. We can go more in depth with that later. Let's move on. Next one.
An administrator is planning for disaster recovery. The owner specifies that if the systems are down for longer than 48 hours in any given situation, the business would not be able to recover financially. What disaster recovery metric does this scenario represent?
Okay, so we have a few things. So we have state. That's the throwaway. Configuration is also kind of a throwaway. These are the misdirect because they're so closely related. We have RTO and we have RPO. The difference between the two is this. One of them measures the acceptable amount of data loss, meaning that if I had a video game and I was saving every hour and I saved at 5 o'clock and then I lost power at 5:30, I only lost 30 minutes of playtime. I only lost 30 minutes of data. The other one says how long the system can be offline and the company be okay. So this is what people were worried about during COVID, because a lot of companies weren't able to do business. So they were freaking out. And everyone's like, well, they have billions of dollars. They'll be totally fine. Yeah, well, it costs billions of dollars to run them. And they were still having to pay their employees and all. And, well, most of them were. But anyway, point is that we have to be able to distinguish between the difference between these two and which one's which. So we have rate of, I'm trying not to look at it, recovery point and recovery time. Let's see which one's which.
This represents the recovery time objective RTO, which is the maximum amount of time following a disaster that an individual IT system may remain offline. The recovery point objective RPO is the amount of data loss that a system can sustain, measured in time units, and also represents the amount of data an organization is willing to lose.
So the amount of time that it can be offline is T, time. Recovery time objective. Point, it's a save point, like a video game. Okay? RPO is the amount of data loss that a system can sustain measured in time units, and also represents the amount of data an organization is willing to lose. So save point is the amount of data you're willing to lose. The time is the amount of time that you can stay down. I always tell the story. I had a boss, he taught drums, and he was worried because he still had all of his expenses, but during COVID he wasn't able to work. Because, like, who wants to learn how to play drums during COVID? You know, like, he was definitely not essential. Okay, so he was fine for a month or two, but he was worried about how long he was going to be able to sustain himself with the duration of time. Okay, excellent. Moving on.
What is the primary purpose of using a patch panel in structured cabling systems?
Patch panels are crazy, man. Patch panels look nuts. Nothing makes me feel more like I know what I'm doing than when I look at a patch panel. Where is it? No. These are not the patch panels I'm thinking of. Whoops, where'd it go? This is what I'm looking at. Yeah. Patch panel vertical with brackets. Like, that's crazy. Does that look cool? It looks so dope. And like the fact that you actually know what this crap is, that's so cool. I mean, come on. Like, that's cool. All right. Anyway, so the idea is to simplify moves, adds, and changes. Okay, MACs. This is why I hate acronyms. Okay, because we already have MAC. We have MAC addresses. This is not the same MAC. Okay, simple moves, adds, or changes by allowing configurations and connections. So as far as I understand, a patch panel doesn't have to be all ripped up like this. It can be like this, as far as I know. Although I think it's more of this. Okay. That might be something that we can look up in a second and make sure that we know what the difference is, if there is a difference. Okay, to serve as the main power supply for the network. Possibly. Patch panel is the vocabulary word. If you don't know what this word means, then you're totally screwed. To convert digital signals to analog signals. This is a throwaway, or I guess it could be the misdirect, because most people don't know that there aren't really analog signals anymore, and people think that they have to be converted to increase the signal strength of a network. This is probably more of the misdirect. I would say that this is probably a throwaway, or this is the throwaway, but it really comes down to the vocabulary word. If you don't know what this is, you're totally screwed. Like, you're not going to be able to figure this out. Like, context clues would make you think that it's this or this. All right, here we go. Let's read this whole thing and we'll move on. What? Read the thing.
The correct answer is to simplify moves, adds, and changes MACs by allowing reconfiguration of connections. A patch panel simplifies MACs by allowing incoming and outgoing connections to be reconfigured easily through changing patch cable connections, rather than re-terminating punch-down blocks. This makes it much easier to manage the network infrastructure as it evolves. Patch panels do not increase the signal strength of the network. They are used for organizing and connecting the cabling to other devices, not for signal amplification. Patch panels do not convert digital signals to analog signals. They are used for physical connectivity and do not alter the signal type. Patch panels do not serve as the main power supply for network devices. They are used for cable management and connectivity, not for power distribution.
Okay, let's make sure that we know that that these are both patch panels. Let's see here. Oh, this is just advertising a product. Boys, y'all want to buy it? I'll get 15. Let's go. I just want to make sure that this is correct. So, no, I don't want that. I want this. Okay. See here. Can or are patch panels where you connect the RJ45 and or the individual wires. I butchered that word. That's an awful question. I can't believe I just asked that question. That was worded so bad. Can or are patch panels where you connect an RJ45 and or the individual wires? Basically, are these the same? Okay, I guess that's not too terrible of a question. Wow, 17 seconds. Here we go. Okay, they're not the same. Oh, RJ45 is a port for a wall. Physical cables, Cat5s can run between patch panels. So they are the same. So this is a patch panel and this is a patch panel. They can either go, or they can go either or. Interesting. I still feel like they have different names. An actual Ethernet cable can run between patch panels and wall jacks. These are the horizontal cable systems, which the standard of the TI 568 structure differences. What is the difference between the patch panel that is connected with a normal wire and one that has the Cat 5 wire cut open and individually wired in? That might be a better one. Let's fix this mess. Yeah, I guess it's not called a Cat 5 wire. It's called a Cat 5 cable. Buddy, look at that. That's perfect. Whoa! It's having a hard time. We're at 21 seconds. Mounted assembly contains multiple ports used for connecting and managing cables. They are wired using data centers, server rooms, different types. Keystone. These have blank ports that allow users to install various types of keystones, offering flexibility. You plug in a lump of pre-assembled power cords, RJ. Yeah, see, that's why I said RJ45 terminated cable. Oh, I guess I didn't say terminated cables. Individually wired terminal. The power strip itself requires electrons to strip and connect individual wires, hot, neutral, ground, to each outlet. Both rely on it. So we have normal wired and we have individual wired. So that's the difference. Okay. Understood. That's good enough for me. Okay, let's move on.
There are two ways a network administrator can manage network appliances on the network.
I had to fix my fan. I don't know why it stopped reading it.
There are two ways a network administrator can manage network appliances on the network. One of the options is more secure and requires the administrator to physically go to the device and connect to it with a console cable. The second option allows the administrator to manage the appliance remotely but is less secure and will only work if the network is up. What are the two management options described here?
So, SSH is the misdirect, and so is split tunnel and full tunnel. Here's why. SSH is a protocol that allows you to connect to something like a router or switch wirelessly. Come on. Come on. Come on. God damn it. Come on. Let my cat in. So it allows you to connect to the console wirelessly. Okay. And it's talking about how it wants the admin to be secure. The admin needs to be secure, and it wants it to be able to do it remotely. So you sit there and think, okay, cool. But it's not only asking that. It's also asking that there's two ways to do this. You can either do it physical, which is much more secure because you're hardwiring in. And then the second option that allows the administrator to access it remotely. So it's asking for two different things. Hey, look, I see two different things. Split tunneling and full tunneling. If you didn't know what that was, you'd be totally screwed. Okay. Authentication considerations. These are all wrong. Okay. Because this goes to vocabulary words. If you don't know what VPNs are and you don't know what split tunneling is and full tunneling, you're screwed. If you don't know what authentication and authentication consideration is, then you're screwed. And authentication also sounds correct because it's looking for secure. What sounds secure? The word authentication. But really what this is asking for is what are the two management options here? Inbound and outbound management. Meaning inbound, I am physically there and I'm plugging in my console. I thought patch panels were only made for cable management. No, patch panels are not made for cable management. Patch panels are made so that way they can connect to certain things. Patch panels are usually things that are on certain floors of buildings, and these are all ports. It goes with port forwarding. They can also help expand switches. They help with VLANs and a whole bunch of things. They are not just meant for cable management. Good question. Although they do help with the cable management. All right. Anyway, so inbound meaning that I'm here, I'm in person. Outbound meaning it is remote. Let's see what it has to say.
In-band versus out-of-band management is correct because it refers to managed and unmanaged network appliances. An appliance that is managed can be managed via a console port, aux port, or management port. Device management can be done in-band, over a link that shares traffic with other communications on the network, or out-of-band over a console cable. SSH Secure Shell is a secure way to connect remotely to a network appliance for in-band management. Split tunnel versus full tunnel refers to private network traffic, or all network traffic routed via the VPN gateway. Authentication and authorization considerations are important when giving privileges to network administrators, but are not methods of network appliance management. Additional learning. Previous.
Okay, cool. So that makes total sense. And I'll show you what my speech software is. It's actually super awesome. It's called Speechify. Speechify. Not Spotify. Yeah, there it is. Speechify is amazing. I'm not sponsored by them, but I would love to be. They are fantastic. They help me study. They help me do so many cool things. Hold on. Let me not dox myself real quick. Let me log in. I'll briefly show you what it is and how it works. I won't take like 2 minutes, and we'll get back to studying. So Speechify, basically, the way I use it is that it's just a plugin, and if you pay for it, you can get real voices. And of course, AI has constantly gotten better, so their voices are just like top notch, super top notch. You can get a free version of it, and then it sounds like a robot. But another thing that I really like with it, and this is what I did with my Network Plus, is that you can put in any PDF you want. It will analyze it. Now, it'll take a little time to analyze the PDF, but it only has to analyze it once. And then you can highlight it, and it'll read it to you.
When the cellular radio is enabled, the icon on the status bar shows...
So this is how I did my Network Plus, or sorry, my A Plus, is there's an app. I got it on my phone. I had the textbook as a PDF, and it was in Speechify. And my commute to work is about an hour. So instead of listening to podcasts, which I would sometimes do, I would just click and I would have it read. The the whole textbook to me. It also has a few capabilities in terms of like making videos and like stuff like that. I don't really use that. And from what I have kind of played around with, it's not super great. But using it like this, because it's a plugin, and the plugin also works with Opera GX as well. I have all these different things. These are my recent voices and stuff. I used to use John all the time. Here's all the different voices. There's a whole bunch. I could have Mr. Beast talk to us, or like, you know, a whole bunch of people. Mary. So anything. Anyway, so good question. I love it. Highly recommend. 10 out of 10. And it's a one-time yearly fee. It's like $100 or something like that. All right, pushing forward. What?
manual changes or updates. By using IA, what is the primary goal of infrastructure as code?
Okay, so this is another one. Ooh, I need it. It's too slow for me. Okay. Awesome. Looking forward to getting one now. For as long as it's a tone time subscription. Yes. So in honest, it's a one-time subscription fee. Or sorry, not one time. It's a yearly subscription fee. And honestly, I use it every day. I use it every day. And to pay like $100 a month, 100% worth. Anyway, this question right here, I did not like because nowhere in the study guide did it talk about as infrastructure as a code. We talked about infrastructure as a service, but never infrastructure as code. And so I was totally like screwed with this because I had no idea. And that's one of the reasons why I got it wrong. I guess I probably should read the Network Plus textbook, but at this point I'm a little too deep. I'm going to take my test like next week. So let's read and see what we have.
The primary goal of ISC is to eliminate snowflake systems, which are unique configurations that drift from the standard due to manual changes or updates. By using IAC, organizations can ensure consistent and repeatable environments, reducing the risk of security and stability issues. The primary goal of IAC is to automate and standardize infrastructure provisioning, not specifically to increase physical security. While cost reduction can be a benefit of IAC due to efficiency and reduced errors, it is not the primary goal. IAC aims to replace manual configuration with automated scripts and tools.
Okay, so let's talk about this to eliminate snowflake systems. A snowflake system is not like someone with blue hair who can't handle criticism. That's not what this is. A snowflake system, it's using the term snowflake not for delicate, but in terms of unique. A unique system is something that is created individually for one specific thing and is usually very fragile. If one small thing changes or something like that, it totally breaks down. We don't want snowflake systems. We don't want things that are how can I put this? One trick ponies. We want cookie cutter things, cookie cutter code that can work across a bunch of different stuff. Okay. A good example of this is that I wrote my own Google Doc plugin extension. It's very stupid. All it does is get rid of hard returns, so I can highlight as many things as big as I want, and it'll delete all of the hard returns and make it one giant block. Okay, this makes I did this so that way, like when I'm trying to train AI bots, or I'm trying to consolidate certain things, when I'm trying to put things into AI, it gets rid of all the hard returns and it makes it easier. This code is a snowflake. It's unique. It only works a certain way, and it breaks all the time if I don't meet those exact specifications. Okay, so that is a good example of infrastructure as code. Let's look at the other answer choices here. Reduce cost of cloud services. This, honestly, is a pretty strong disconnect, and it sounds really good because infrastructure as code, I went with my previous knowledge of infrastructure as a service, which is connected to cloud-based things, okay, which is not it. Primary use of to automate, no, it doesn't really specify it. So to increase the physical security of data centers. It's tied, but it doesn't necessarily, like, for someone who didn't know what infrastructure as code was, even I knew that this didn't make sense. To manually configure network and systems. Well, manual doesn't make sense. If you're writing code for something, you are trying to automate it. You're trying to get rid of the manual aspect. So this is the throwaway. This is something that's kind of close. This is the misdirect. And then this is the actual real answer. Again, if you don't have the vocabulary words, the real answer will appear as the misdirect answer. Okay? All right, moving on. Number 44 from section 3.
A service provider is negotiating a service level agreement SLA with a client involving the repair of broken server nodes when failure occurs. The service provider mentions a prior contract that included about 20 billable hours a month, which involved the repair of about 5 servers a month. What is the MTTR mean time to repair for this scenario?
Okay, so when I was studying this, I was studying the definition of what this was, not actually putting the formula in practice. So remember to always actually practice what you study. It's great to read a book about the beach, but it's way better to go to the beach. And if you read a book about the beach and then went to the beach, then you are going to appreciate the beach all that much better. A good analogy, a good example of this is one of my things that like helps me restore faith in humanity is I love sunsets. I know that makes me seem kind of gay, but like whatever. Like I love going down to the beach and like seeing the sunset. I always loved them, right? After I studied color theory, my appreciation of the sunset went up tenfold, and now I love them even more. It's because I'm physically seeing in action the colors and the light. And then when I understood how color theory worked with light versus other, like, you know, like paint and stuff, it just made it all that much more wondrous. So it's just one of those things. Make sure that, my point being is that you want to always make sure that you are putting into practice what this stuff is, because that's why I was uncertain with it. Okay. Now, when it comes to basic math, all right, I'm going to hot take right now. All right. So when office jobs came about, okay, this is my little office job, off job. You had to plan time to work out, because your job was no longer physically demanding. It was now mentally demanding, right? Okay. This was with the white collar job. AI is now taking the thinking out. Okay. Which is going to require you to plan time to think, to do math. Anyone who doesn't is a psychopath. Yeah, you're right, man. I believe you. I'm with you. So you have to actually plan time to think. This is what I think. This is what I believe. This is my theory. In the future, in the next 5 years, you are going to see an uptake in apps that are going to help you think and do basic math and do things like this, just to keep your cognitive thoughts sharp. Now, that being said, people who use AI as a tool and not as a replacement, they will actually get smarter. So you're going to see a huge disparity between all of this. Okay, you're going to see a huge disparity between all of these things. Between people who let AI think for them, people whose job is basically just pushing buttons. But if you really think about it, how is this any different than people who had mindless jobs making small rocks out of big rocks? You know what I'm saying? They weren't getting any smarter. Their job wasn't mentally demanding, so they were actually getting stupider. You know what I'm saying? So, okay, hot take. Take it for whatever you want. The reason that this is 20 hours divided by 5 repairs is because it's mean time to repair. Mean time is the hours it takes to work versus the hours that it works versus the amount of repairs that it has. And this has to be a collective of all devices that are like devices. So if I have a whole bunch of Chromebooks and a whole bunch of Dell workstations, I'm not going to combine them together and figure out like, okay, these together worked 20 hours in one month. No, I need a mean time to repair for the workstations and for the Chromebooks. All right, moving on.
Why
Next
are
one.
permanent cables run through conduit in a fiber optic cabling installation?
In a fiber optic cable installation, okay, to protect cables from physical damage and environmental factors. Okay, it's also good to note that the fiber cannot be affected from electricity. It is immune to electromagnetic waves because it has no electricity going through it. It is just pulses of light. Now, there are arguments that if you put it too close to a high voltage cable, the heat, if there's ever something that goes on, the heat from the cable could melt things or something like that. I've seen a few forums that kind of talk about that. That's got to be some extreme heat. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm willing to take that risk. I'm willing to take that. Okay. Anyway, so it is to protect the cables from environmental. It is to facilitate the conversation of optic cables to electricity. No, optic cables do not talk to electricity. Okay. To allows for ease color coding identification of cables. That is probably a byproduct, because a lot of the infrastructure that goes with cabling when it comes to electricity, they are in color-coded tubes, or sometimes they're in different types of metal casing, things like that, sure. To increase data transfer speeds, no, it has no effect on it whatsoever. It is 100% to protect the cables from physical damage. All right, next one. We'll do that one tomorrow.
What is the standard width for network appliances and server hardware designed for rack mounting?
So, racks. It's important for us to know what is the standard... Whoops, where'd it go? What is the standard for standard size? No, dimensions. What is the standard dimensions for network appliances for service racks? It's important to know the standard size in terms of height, width, length, all that stuff. Where'd it go? There we go.
Standard dimensions for rack-mounted network appliances and server hardware. Server racks and the equipment designed to fit within them are built to standardized dimensions, most notably defined by the EIA 310 standard. This ensures interoperability between different manufacturers and simplifies the planning and installation of IT infrastructure. This is something that you need to know. And you need to know because the last job that I applied for, I didn't get it. The last job that I applied for, they were switching over from Cisco to an open source system, which required them to get a new rack, required them to get all new equipment, like all of this stuff. And they got a brand new building too. So they were really having to like build this entire infrastructure, and they needed to know just like offhand how big things were. Okay. So the standard size is 19 inches in terms of width. Okay. According to the standard data center floor, floor tiles are 24 by 24. Okay. The height standard is 1 unit. Okay. Racks are measured in units. The depth is 24 inches. And it can go up to 59 inches deep. Okay. Let's see if we can get some images. Oh, wow. It doesn't have my question. Oh, here's my question.
Boom. One rack unit. 1, 2, 3. 1 unit. Okay. 1 square is 1.75 inches. Would you look at that? Cool. Here's a good one. And then the internal is all universal. Here's a really good one. Okay, outside to outside is 36. Outside to outside is 42. Outside to outside is 50. Okay, there's only a few different sizes. It's important to know them. But what this question is asking for is what is the standard width? The standard width is 19 inches. Next, we'll do that one tomorrow.
What allows fine-grained control over traffic parameters?
What allows fine-grained control over traffic parameters? Quality of service.
Quality of service, QoS, allows fine-grained control over traffic parameters. Protocols such as multi-protocol label switching MPLS provides QoS. MPLS can reserve the required bandwidth and predetermine statistics when configuring the link.
Honestly, I don't know what class of a service is. Or this other one. Let's read what these other ones are.
Class of service, COS, categorize protocols into groups that require different service levels and provide a tagging mechanism to identify a frame or packet class. The differentiated services diffserv framework classifies each packet passing through a device. Router policies can then be defined to use the packet classification to prioritize delivery. Traffic shaping enables administrators to closely monitor network traffic and to manage that network traffic.
Okay. Next one.
Network architect is looking for topologies where each node is wired to its neighbor in a closed loop. Which of the following topologies should they use when connecting and replacing a DSL modem with a layer 2?
With a layer 2 switch, it's a ring. So a neighbor in a closed loop, so it's just one single loop like this, in a circle, that's a ring, and it usually has a spinning tree topology, where there's a hierarchy in terms of the switches. It's not a mesh. So I'll draw them real quick. So we have, switch, 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 and they're all connected this way. Usually there's a hierarchy, and there's certain IDs that do this. Not a big fan of this one. Kind of sucks. Bus is the throwaway answer. Bus is not a topology. It's a device. Okay. In terms of a star is going to have one in the center, and then it's going to have all of them here. And then they're all going to be connected. Whoops. They're all going to be connected to this. This is the same thing that is used. This type of topology is used for a site-to-site VPN. Okay, that's a much larger scale. A mesh topology is where all the nodes can talk to all of the other nodes. Yep. Okay. Let's see if we can get because mesh is like the best. Mesh topology, just so we can get a picture of it. Yeah, there we go. That's a really good one. So it can talk to all of them. You can kind of see it. So this guy can talk to this one directly. He can talk to this one directly. He doesn't have to go through him. Okay. Full mesh, partial mesh. They're the goat. All right, that's what's going on. So this is the throwaway. The mesh is not it. The star is close. Ring is the answer because that's what it's asking about. Moving on to the next one. We'll do that one tomorrow because it's 5.0. 5.0 is tomorrow. 5.0 is tomorrow. Here we go. 4.0. That's the one that we're going to do today.
A network administrator wants...
Hey man, been nice being around. Be back be back another time. Good luck. Thanks, administrator. Thanks for stopping by.
To authenticate server machines using transport layer security TLS. What can the administrator implement on the servers to validate the server's identity and establish a secure transmission channel?
Okay. All of these seem like good answers. So the network administrator wants to authenticate server machines using the transport layer security, TLS. What can the administrator implement on the server to validate? Validate's a key word. To validate the ID, another key word, and establish secure transmission channel. So local authentication, you just using vocabulary words, that sounds good, okay? But that's not it, okay? A single sign-on, an SSO, that also sounds pretty good because that is very clearly a step in trying to balance between security and convenience, okay? But it doesn't really say anything about authentication. Doesn't really say anything about convenience or any other things that kind of sound like an SSO. Now, Kerberos, which I think is actually supposed to be pronounced Cerberus, but the computer always pronounces it Kerberos, this is what I thought. Okay, let's try to rationalize why I thought that was the answer.
Digital certificates authenticate server machines when using transport layer security TLS. An administrator installs the certificates on a web or email server to validate its identity and establish a secure transmission channel. With Kerberos, clients request services from a server, which rely on an intermediary, a key distribution center, KDC, to vouch for their identity. Also, Kerberos does not use transport layer security.
So, the reason I thought that it used this is because it requires an intermediary key. Intermediary. Man, I cannot say that word. You know what I'm trying to say. A key distribution, a KDC. I'm speaking too fast. That's why I thought that was the answer. But that's not it, because Kerberos does not use the transport layer security. I didn't know that when I was taking my practice test. Now I do. So it makes total sense that it is the certificate. Now, I think the throwaway answer here is the local authentication, and I think that the misdirect answers here is Cerberus and the single sign-on. Okay? We'll read the question one more time just to make sure that it's in our brains.
A network administrator wants to authenticate server machines using transport layer security TLS. What can the administrator implement on the servers to validate the server's identity and establish a secure transmission channel?
Now, I don't know if single sign-ons use certificates or not. But nonetheless, certificates is the answer. Let's move on. Here we go. VLAN hopping.
Which of the following best describes the concept of LAN hopping? So,
the security vulnerability that allows traffic to bypass VLAN segregation. A security vulnerability, not just the, but a. Okay? The process to automatically switch VLANs to optimize work traffic. So, obviously I didn't fully understand what this meant, and I didn't realize that this was bad. So, VLAN hopping is bad, apparently. You don't want things to hop around your VLANs. You get hopping VLANs, you're going to have bad time, apparently. I thought it was to optimize the network traffic. But after looking at it, that doesn't make sense. Why would you want VLANs to hop around? You don't. The whole reason you're trying to do is keep them segregated, so that way data is easier to transfer and things make sense and they're easier to keep track of.
VLAN hopping is a security exploit that enables an attacker to send traffic from one VLAN to another, bypassing the logical segregation enforced by VLANs. This can compromise network security by allowing unauthorized access to sensitive segments of the network. Dynamic VLAN assignment is a feature for managing network access but is not related to VLAN hopping. VLAN hopping is not a legitimate network optimization process. It refers to a security vulnerability. Extending VLANs across multiple switches involves proper trunking and tagging configurations, not VLAN hopping.
So I chose the throwaway answer. The throwaway answer is literally the exact opposite of this, and it got me. Okay? A method for dynamic assigning VLANs to ports bypass on traffic types. Like, what does that even mean? Okay? A feature that enables VLANs to extend across multiple switches without trunking. This question is very, very, very vocabulary heavy. If you do not know what VLAN is, if you do not know what hopping is, if you do not know what VLAN hopping is, if you don't know what trunking is, if you don't know what security vulnerability is, you're totally sunk. Okay? This is a very vocabulary heavy question. Let's move on to the next one. Oh, well, we'll restate it one more time. Which of the following best describes the concept of VLAN hopping? A security vulnerability that allows traffic to bypass VLAN segregation. All right, we'll do that one next time. And here we go.
What is the primary purpose of a jump box in a network?
Oh, crap. Jump box. I always forget. A jump box is like a door. It's like, I think it's security. It allows something to go through something. To serve as a single administrator service.
A jump box serves as a single administration server, or jump host server, added to the secure zone to simplify and secure administrative access to servers and appliances exposed to the internet. It centralizes administrative tasks, reducing complexity and enhancing security by limiting access points.
Okay. I'm not going to go, oh, no, I am, because this was yesterday, so we do need to make sure that we understand that.
Increasing the network's bandwidth is not the purpose of a jump box. A jump box does not act as the primary data storage. Its role is focused on administration. A jump box does not function as the main user interface for users, but rather for system administrators for secure access.
Okay. To function as the main interface, to act as the primary data storage, to increase the network's bandwidth. We're gonna talk to our friend over here, and we're gonna ask the question. Good, it's writing it. All right, here we go.
Simplified answer: a jump box or bastion host acts as a secure intermediary device to access and manage. Simplified answer: a jump box or bastion host acts as a secure intermediary device to access and manage systems in a restricted or private network, preventing direct external connections to sensitive devices. Analogy: a jump box is like a security checkpoint at a government facility. You must pass through it to access secure areas, ensuring only authorized personnel and actions are allowed. In-depth explanation. Purpose: centralizes access to internal systems, for example servers, routers from untrusted networks, for example the internet. Reduces attack surface by requiring users to authenticate to the jump box first, for example SSH key plus 2FA. Blocking direct access to internal devices from external networks. Enables auditing and monitoring of all access attempts. How it works: a user connects to the jump box, for example via SSH or RDP. Once authenticated, they can jump to internal systems through the jump box. The jump box logs all activity and restricts unauthorized actions. Contrast with alternatives. Direct access, risky, as internal systems are exposed to external threats. VPN grants broader network access, for example to a subnet, while a jump box limits access to specific systems. Real-world example or scenario: a company hosts sensitive databases in a private subnet with no public IP addresses. Engineers must SSH into a hardened jump box, public-facing but locked down. From the jump box, SSH into the private database servers. This ensures no direct internet access to the database servers. All access is logged on the jump box for compliance. Attackers cannot exploit vulnerabilities on the database servers unless they first compromise the jump box. Answer: a jump box provides a secure, controlled entry point for accessing internal network resources from external networks, enforcing authentication, minimizing exposure, and enabling centralized monitoring.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm glad that we took the time to do that. Whoops. There we go. All right, cool. So a jump box is like the crap. Why can't I talk? Why can't I talk? It is the mediator between getting access to something. It's two-way authentication, or SSH. Once you have been granted access, you can now jump to the directory or jump to whatever thing that you're trying to get access to. So it serves as a single administration service. A jump box is a single administration service or a jump host server added to the secure zone to simplify the security administrative access to servers and applications. Okay, so it's a security thing. Excellent. To function as a main user interface, nope. To act as a primary data storage, no. You are using it to access a not the primary data storage, I guess it could be, but a secure data storage. That could be one of the things. To increase the network's bandwidth. Definitely not used to increase the bandwidth. All right. This is one that we're going to do today.
A user remotely connects to a company firewall to gain network access while traveling. What security measure does a radius server provide for the connection?
So a radius server is very clearly not a VPN. So it's not going to be client-to-site VPN. Client-to-site VPN is, man, I just had a burst of inspiration. It just came to me. That is that clientless VPN? I think they're the same thing. We'll look at that in a second. Okay. It's a AAA load balancer or proxy. It's not a proxy. Okay. A proxy is like an in-between, someone who's outside the system trying to communicate with someone who's in the system. So think of like a customer trying to talk to the CEO of I don't know, Best Buy. They're not going to be able to make it in. They're not going to make it through. At best, they're going to be able to DM them on some social media, and someone else is going to get to it. You know what I'm saying? The other way a proxy works is where we have the CEO is trying to talk to the customers or to the employees or to the world, and it's going to go through his assistant or his something else. It's not going to actually be him. Jeff Bezos doesn't actually run his Twitter. You know what I'm saying? Okay. A load balancer is different. Let's see what we have here. We'll just read all of it.
An authentication, authorization, and accounting AAA device provides object identification, relevant permissions, and then creates an audit trail. AAA can be deployed by using a radius remote authentication dial in user service server. Client-to-site VPN connects the client over the public network to a VPN gateway, a VPN-enabled router positioned on the edge of the local network. Typically, the VPN access server will be in a screened subnet. Client-to-site is the telecommuter model, allowing home workers and employees working in the field to connect to the corporate network. A load balancer distributes client requests across available systems, like server nodes in a farm or pool. Clients use the single name IP address of the load balancer to connect to the servers in the farm. A proxy server is used as a middleman for network access, such as internet access. A proxy can control what a system can or cannot connect to.
Yeah, I still have a hard time understanding load balancer. And like, I know what its function is, but to like really have the in-depth knowledge of it, and client-to-site VPN. But this is the subject, this is the section that we're going to review as soon as we're done with all these questions.
A network architect reviews the statistics associated with a device in the management information base and reviews each of the stored parameters. What are the individual numeric parameters named?
So, management information base, the MIS. The MIS has these things that are stored inside of it that are called OIDs. OIDS. These OIDs are structured encapsulation frames, basically, and that they all have certain things. So there's more than one OID. OID is more of a, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't necessarily say category, but think of it like a file that has a whole bunch of things that are categorized as OIDs. Okay. It's not memory. it sounds like memory, but whenever you see memory like this, it's referring to RAM. It's not RAM. We didn't talk anything about link state in any of these. Okay? This is the throwaway. Honestly, this could be the throwaway so long as you know that it means RAM. If you don't know that it means RAM, then it's the misdirect. Okay? Encapsulation errors. What's going on with this? What is going on here? So network reviews, statistic association devices, management information bases. This has nothing to do with anything. They didn't say anything about encapsulation. This is another throwaway. So then it leads to OIDs. This is another prime example. If you don't know your acronyms, you're totally screwed. Am I frozen? Can I get F's in the chat if I'm frozen? Moving around. I'm definitely frozen. Why? Can y'all still hear me? 100% I'm frozen. Okay, a W, we got a W, so I guess I'm not frozen for you. I'm frozen on my end. Maybe I'm just frozen on YouTube. Well, hey, I'm losing packets. It's all those UDP packets. I'm losing them. Okay, well, I guess if you can hear me, then we'll keep going. Okay. Yeah. I'm losing packets. Okay, here we go. So we'll go back to the OIDs. If you don't know your acronyms, you're totally screwed. You have to know your acronyms, which sucks because I hate acronyms. Let's read all of these real quick.
This agent maintains a database called a Management Information Base, MIB, that holds statistics relating to the device's activity, such as the number of frames per second handled by a switch. Each parameter stored in a MIB is referred to by a numeric object identifier OID. Tree structures store OIDs. Encapsulation is the frame format expected on the interface. Encapsulation errors will prevent transmission and reception. Most algorithms are classed as either distance vector or as link state, categorized according to the topology and metrics used to build and update a routing information base, and prioritize optimal or least cost paths. Memory is considered the component of computers that temporarily stores actively used data.
Good. That's good stuff. Okay. So the OID is an object identifier. It's identifying something for the management information base. Okay. And it's stored there. All right. That's what we went over yesterday. Let's go to the next one. I'm gonna try something real quick to see. At least I got frozen in like a cool. I mean, like, look at me, dude. Like I don't care about networking. That's what I look like. Okay. Whoa. I didn't do that. Huh. Well, that's not good. My camera just decided to poop out on me. I have no idea why. I wonder if I... Is it like that on all my stuff? Yeah. Let me unplug it real quick. I'm back. Honestly, I don't know how I'm back, but I'm back. Cool. Thanks for bearing with us and allowing me to fix that, because it sucks watching a stream where you can't actually see the person. At least I don't like watching streams where you can't see the person. VTubers are kind of a stretch for me too, because they're not real. They're real, but not. Anyway. Okay, let's move on. Here we go. Next one.
A network engineer monitors the network and follows information packets as they move through the network from hosts to endpoints. What is the engineer observing?
Sending and receiving. So traffic logs is a good guess. This is a misdirect. Okay? Because it's saying that the network engineer is monitoring the network, its information packets, as they move through the network. Okay? So it makes sense, like context clues makes you think traffic logs. Speed and duplex, no, have nothing to do with any of those things, because speed and duplex is how it's communicating. It's like, can they talk at the same time and hear at the same time? Okay. Traps are used for packets, for packet sniffing. God, dude, do the thing. I hate when I'm... Buddy. It's like it needs to be primed. Like, you ever have a weed eater and you have to, like, pull it a few times?
And sending and receiving traffic involves the movement of information within a system. Switches normally support a range of Ethernet standards so that older and newer network adapters can all connect to the same network. In most cases, the port on the switch is set to auto-negotiate speed, 10/100ths 1000, and full or half duplex operation. Traffic logs record statistics for computing, storage, and network resources over a defined period. A trap is an agent that informs the monitor of a notable event, port failure, for instance. The threshold for triggering traps can be set for each value. Additional learning, previous finish, review next.
Okay. So this is the only one that makes sense. The redirect or the misdirect is the traffic logs, and it got me. Okay. Now we already went over 3.0 network operations. That was yesterday. Okay. Let's move on to the next one.
A system has a network of graphic processing units, GPUs, computing nodes, organized into a cluster for statistical analysis. During installation, the service providers installing the nodes are negotiating a service level agreement, SLA, with management. The team establishes baselines and calculates key performance metrics, KPI, by using the calculation 48 hours and 64 nodes, to determine one of the metrics. Which of the following KPI protocols did the service providers use to determine the metric?
So service level agreement. There's a lot of keywords that are going on in this one. Service level agreement is not necessarily important for this question. It just gives it context for why they're trying to talk about this calculation, which is mean time before failure. If you struggle with understanding what a service level agreement is, it's the agreement between the customer and the client. And honestly, this is where Stop Killing Games is having a big issue, is because the service level agreement from like other game companies, people don't like it, and they want it to be changed. And it's not that their service level agreements are illegal; it's that they're not consumer friendly. And yeah, we can talk about that stuff a little bit more in depth, but I'm just trying to give you guys an anchor so that way you understand what service level agreement would be. Like, when you buy the Nintendo Switch 2, you are agreeing that they can break your Switch 2 if you do something that they don't like. You know what I mean? Now, the reason it's in here in the question is because they're negotiating the service level agreement so that way they can... they are aware of what the mean time before failure is. Okay. And that's how we know what this is. So we have a KPI metric, which is the key performance indicator. Okay. Key performance indicator. By calculating 48 hours over 64 nodes, divided by 2 failures. This goes back to what I was talking about before, that if you're going to do mean time before failure, or even mean time before or to repair, it is the collective of like devices. I have a room full of Google Chromebooks and Dell workstations. Those are separate. I have 64 workstations, and in 48 hours, I'm going to have 2 failures. That's kind of wild, honestly, if you think about it. That's not very good, in my opinion, to determine a metric, and that is the mean time to failure. Latency has to deal in terms of network speed, like how fast things are moving, okay, and how long. So, for instance, like if I clap right now, you will hear it, I think it's like 7 seconds later, because there's a latency from what I do in real time to what you as the viewer of the stream will see. Okay. Mean time to repair is like mean time before failure, except it is after that. So like a Dell workstation has failed. What is the mean time that it's going to take in order to get it repaired so it can be up and running again? Now, MTD. Yes, you can ask a question. What is your question? Max time, tolerable downtime. So MTD is very similar to, what is the other one? We just talked about it. It has an O on it. Period. Point. Recovery point. Something. Recovery point. Something. Starts with an O. But the I'll answer your question if you got one. Just type it out. It's my first time buying a gaming laptop, and I don't know I have option to buy a 3070, a 3080, a 4060, or 4070, all 8GB VRAM. I'm confused. So you're confused at the fact that okay, you're confused because you don't know which one's best, right? You want a strong GPU, but you have 4 different choices, and you're not sure which one's going to give you the best choice, correct? We can take a moment. We can talk about this. Let's do a quick, let's ask our friend here. What is the difference between, what are the processors? Are the processors all the same too? What is the difference between the GPUs 3070, 3080, 4060, and 4070? Do you not know what the CPUs are? Because that would make a difference. Has an R7 5800X. I'm pretty sure that is AMD. Let's double check. Buying a laptop can be stressful because there's so many different metrics. R7 5800. Yeah, it's a Ryzen. And the 4060 can be, or the i7 3070X. Okay, so what is your main goal? What are you trying to do? Are you wanting to game? Are you getting it for productivity? Are you getting it to stream? Are you like, what is the goal? Games. What kind of games? Give me like 3 games that you plan to play. Like, if you're trying to play Minecraft, any of these will be fine. But if you're trying to play Warzone, it's going to be a little bit of a different story. let's hear what the difference is between all of these things. Whew. It's going to be a big one.
Simplified answer. RTX 3070 versus 3080. Both use Ampere architecture, older generation. The 3080 has more CUDA cores, higher VRAM 10 gigabytes GDDR6 times versus 8. Simplified answer.
I don't know why I did that.
RTX 3070 versus 3080.
Cyberpunk,
Both
Alien
use
Walk,
Ampere
Last
architecture,
of Us,
older
etc.
generation.
Okay.
The 3080 has more CUDA cores, higher VRAM 10 gigabytes GDDR6 times versus 8 gigabytes GDDR6, and superior raw performance for 4K and high-end gaming. RTX 4060 versus 4070.
Okay, come on. Look, if you believe in GTA 6, then you're going to tell me that the moon is real. Or you're going to say something ludicrous like the earth is round. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's keep conspiracies where they need to go.
Both use ADA Lovelace architecture, newer generation. The 4070 has more CUDA cores, 12 gigabytes GDDR6 times versus 8 gigabytes GDDR6 on the 4060, and supports DLSS 3 with frame generation. 3070, 3080ths, 4070ths. The 40 series GPUs for AI-powered frame generation and are more power efficient, but the 3080 and 3070 offer stronger raw performance, especially in 4K gaming without DLSS. Analogy. 3070, 3080ths Ampere, like a muscle car, raw power but less refined efficiency. 4060, 4070ths ADA, like a hybrid sports car, less brute force but smarter tech DLSS 3 to boost performance while saving energy. In-depth explanation. Architecture and generations. 3070, 3000.
I want the performance.
Performance. RTX 3080 outperforms all others in raw power for 4K gaming and high-end workloads. Benchmarks show it beats the 4070 in some 4K scenarios.
See, that's what I thought. Because I'm pretty sure that the 4070 and the 3080 are basically the same. So the 3070 is a strong for 2K gaming. Struggles at 4K, but it can kind of do it. Faster RTX ray tracing. I don't know if that matters. The 3070 is a Lenovo 5 Pro. 3070 is a Asus Strix Scar 15 with a 3080, and all others are 4060, 4070, Asus Tough A15. Okay. Yeah, so it's tough. You're basically trying to pick this this computer based off its GPU because you want to make sure it's strong enough to play all the games, I would imagine, right? So we don't necessarily, like, we do care about the CPU, but if you get a computer that has a strong GPU, it's 9 times out of 10 it's going to come with a comparable CPU. Let's see here. Uses DLSS 3 to close the gap with the 3080. Yeah, the 3080 beats the 3070 in 4K screencasting, but lacks the DLSS 3 AI frame generation. Okay, so just so you know what DLSS AI frame generation is, what it does is that it's an evolution of what it used to be. So what NVIDIA used to do is that it would constantly talk to home. It would constantly talk to the servers. And it would take screenshots of really complex images that would be played by the game. And it would send these screenshots and would store them in a database, right? That database would then help everybody else who has the same GPU, who's playing the same game, so that way it could render these images faster. Kind of crazy when you think about it, because how in the world is that working so fast? But that's how it used to be. The step above that is that now the GPU is using AI frame generation, where it's predicting what it thinks the frame is going to look like, and it quickly generates the outline and or the entire frame itself, so that way it can load faster. Again, another problem, like how in the world is it generating that frame so fast? And how is generating that frame AI through AI versus just rendering it down. Like, how is that faster? I don't know. But that's what that is. That's what that's doing. So the 3080 benchmark beats the 4070 in performance in some 4K scenarios. The 4070 has closes the gap with the 3080 because it has the DLSS 3.0. It's 27% faster in terms of 4K than the 3080, but falls behind in 4K. So this is where things get really, really weird. So the 3080 is better in terms of 4K than the 4070, but the 4070 is better in terms of 2K. How that makes sense, I have no effing idea. Okay. Then we have VRAM and bus interfaces. A bus is like it has to deal with like how it transfers data. So the 3070 in this regard, the 3080 in this regard beats them all. Higher bandwidth for 4K. So if you're wanting to play in 4K, the 3080 is probably going to be your best bet. Now you're also most likely going to be locked at 30 frames. If you're wanting to do something that is going to be stronger 2K, and you're probably going to be able to go at a higher frames, maybe 60, possibly 120, or somewhere around there, then the 4070 is going to be there. You don't really care about power consumption. It's a laptop. Here we go. Real world scenarios. Let's see what we got.
Real world example or scenario. 4K gaming. RTX 3080 delivers higher frame rates and raw performance. For example, 65 FPS in Cyberpunk 2077 without DLSS, but lacks DLSS 3. RTX 4070 uses DLSS 3 to reach similar frame rates, for example, 99 FPS with DLSS 3 in Callisto Protocol, but may struggle with ultra-high VRAM demands. 5. 1440p gaming. RTX 4070 outperforms RTX 3070 Ti by approximately 7.7%. In DLSS-enabled titles, 6 RTX 3080 remains dominant in non-DLSS scenarios. Budget builds. RTX 4060 is ideal for 1080p gaming with DLSS 3, but limited by 8GB VRAM in modern AAA titles.
Okay, I'm assuming since you're looking at these high-end laptops that budget's not necessarily an issue. Because if it was an issue, why would you be looking at these laptops? If I were you, I would narrow it down between the 3080 and the 4070. And this is how I would determine what it is, like how to break them down, like which one am I going to do. Okay? And this is literally it. So the 3080 is stronger on the high end for gaming, but is outdated because it doesn't have the DLSS 3.0 with the AI generating thing. Okay, the 4070 is better at the 2K, 4K gaming, and it also has this thing. Okay, I would ask myself, do I want it to be in 4K or 2K? How big of a screen do I want? Because I don't know what sizes of the screens that you're going to have. And I would let that guide me. If I want a gaming laptop that is going to be high FPS at 2K, awesome. Then that's what I'm going to do. If I want it to be at 4K with a little bit of a lower FPS, and that's awesome too. And then let the size of the laptop do it. So if you're wanting 1080p or 1440, which is 2K, will do great. Then honestly, either the 3080 or the 4070 would be perfect. I would probably go with the 3080 unless the balance issues with the 1440 is that much difference, like is a significant difference, which I think up here it said it was like a good percent, 20% faster. So maybe you want the 4070. If you're gonna do 2K, then maybe the 4070 is going to be better because it's 20% faster than the 3080. I would also look at the frames per second and things like that. Well, no, that's going to vary by the game. I would look at the size of the screen, and I would determine what the size of the screen is that you want. To me, it seems like you're leaning toward more of the 4070 of what you're wanting to balance this. If budget is a thing, then I would go with the 40 Well, 4060 and the 3070 are basically the same exact thing. I see why this is a hard decision because they all work. Best choice, 4K raw performance is 3080, 4070, budget, best value. So if you're on a budget, I would, okay, here's what it would be, because I feel like I've given you conflicted information. If you are on a budget, I would go with the 3070. Because it's the best bang for your buck, okay? And it's going to give you the 2K, which is what you need. If you are wanting to do 4K, I would do the 3080. If you're wanting the high-end 2K, I would go with the 4070. That's what I would do. Yeah. No, the RTX 4070 Super budget gaps the offering like performance. Well, you didn't say any of them were the Super or the TI. Budget's not an issue. So then I would do the 4070s to make sure that my 2K is at as high as it can possibly be. And then I would let the size of the screen be what I was wanting. I would let that be the thing. Because it sounds like you've already narrowed it down between, like, if you want it to be 2K or 4K, you care more about 4K/1080p. And of course, the lower the resolution, the higher the FPS is probably going to go up. The next thing that would filter is how big do you want the screen on the laptop be. I would go with the 4070 because you care more about 2K than you do 4K gaming. That's what I would do. And then I would let the size of my monitor determine the other stuff. Of course, make sure that your RAM is over 16 gigabytes if you're going to be playing those games. Does that help? I hope so. And we'll ask Perplexity real quick. Maybe it'll give us a chart, like a performance chart. Yeah, here we go. Good old Perplexity. Here's the architecture. We don't care about that. We kind of care about that. We kind of care about that. We don't care about that. Features. That's what we really care about. Top tier 4K gaming. High efficiency. Yes, thank you. But one question. How much difference there will be in 1080 or 1440 for the 3080? In terms of the 1080, so if your GPU is either a 3080 or a 4070, you're going to see probably next to no difference when it comes to 1080p. Okay? Because 1080p is like the standard. And it's even slowly kind of becoming a low standard at that. Not saying that 1080p is bad. It is not bad. It is really, really good. Okay? But it's so easy to do that stuff now at 1080p that you're not going to see any type of negligible difference regardless if you use a 3080 GPU or a 4070 GPU. Where you will see the difference with the 3080 and the 4070 is going to be in the 2K quality and the 1440p. That is where you will see the difference. The 1080 is basically going to be exactly the same. And it sounds like the 3080 performs better at 4K, and the 4070, although can do 4K, performs better at... Oh, cool. Thanks, man. Can perform better at the 4070. And that's exactly what Perplexity has said as well. The 4070 can do 1440 and 4K, and it's high efficiency. But the 3080 is top tier 4K gaming, which is crazy because I have a 3080 in my system and I never game in 4K. I don't have a 4K monitor, so that's probably why. I guess I should get a 4K monitor so that way I can die in high definition. Okay. You don't really care about the architecture difference. I think that's gonna. If I were you, I would get the 1470 because it's going to perform better at 1440. And then you'll have the option to do 4K on certain things. Cool. Hope that helps, man. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the question. I appreciate all that stuff. I know it has nothing to do with networking or anything like that. But I'm glad that we were able to do that. Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah. And anytime you have any questions at all, pop in. Or follow me on Instagram. You can always DM me questions. I'll answer them. It's not a big deal. My Instagram is ParaDiddlePete. I love answering questions like that. I'm actually a high school teacher. Like, I'm a teacher. I love teaching. I love helping. Cool. All right. Let's get back to this. We left off with talking about max tolerance downtime is the upper limit of time that is given that a given business processes can be inoperative before the organization's survival is at risk. So this is very close to that other one that was the how long it can be offline. The difference is it was like RTO, recovery time optimization or something. Not optimization. I made that word up, but it was not too long ago where we talked about that. And the issue or the thing of it is that is talking mainly about the IT system. This is talking about the actual business. They're interconnected, but they are a little bit different. Okay. They are a little bit different. So this is like a business is, how long can it be down and it still survive? There comes a point at which it will no longer to be able to be survivable. A good example of this is Lone Star Percussion. Lone Star Percussion is permanently closed. COVID killed them. Sad. Okay. They did a few shady business practices as well, especially after COVID. But it's because they were shut down for COVID for so long, and because they of the what is it called? The shipment, the crisis that we had where things couldn't get across the state and things like that because things were shut down. They were able to take orders, but they were not able to deliver on the orders because the shipments were not coming in from overseas because of COVID. They passed the threshold of the point of no return, and then they closed. A lot of businesses this happened to. Lone Star Percussion, because I'm a percussionist, is the one that was the closest to my heart. Look at it. All of its glory. All right, anyway. So that's what's going on with that. Has nothing to do with latency or any of those other things. Let's go with 69. 69.
A network consultant is conducting a test to determine the amount of data transferred through a connection over a given period. What is the consultant testing?
He is testing the bandwidth because the test is determining the amount of data that is transferred through a connection. So think about it like a highway. How many lanes and cars can go through a highway? How many lanes does it have? That's increasing. The more lanes the highway has, the bigger the bandwidth. The more cars that can go through. Okay. Net flow data. Ooh, okay. Well, I've already started, so we'll continue it. I don't know what net flow data is. Baseline is the base configuration of the network, and audit logs is a log of all of the things an admin that do. We'll go over this more in depth tomorrow when we go over 5.0. We'll do the same thing with that one. Here we go. Let's do this one. 3.0. This was yesterday.
A network technician attempts to set up the configuration to help prevent dropped packets, delay, or jitter for voice communications. What ensures that audio and video are free from these issues?
Excellent.
A network technician attempts to set up a configuration to help prevent...
That is not what I meant to do. So he is attempting to set up a configuration to help prevent drops and packet loss. He is trying to prevent and or ensure the quality of service, not the SIP, not the SIP. Okay, we don't want the SIP. So let's see what this answer was and why I thought it was that answer. Probably because I was dumb.
The Session Initiation Protocol, SIP, is one of the most widely used session control protocols. SIP endpoints are the end-user devices, such as IP-enabled handsets or client and server web conference software. Each device, conference, or telephony user is assigned a unique SIP address known as a SIP Uniform Resource Indicator, ORI.
Wow. I don't remember going over that yesterday. Session Initiation Protocol is one of the most widely used sessions control protocols. SIP endpoints are the end user devices such as IP enabled headsets. Oh, now it makes sense. Or client and server web conferencing software. So like Google Meet and Zoom, that's a SIP. Okay, makes sense. But what the real question is it's trying to prevent data drop and packet loss and delay. That's quality of service. That's going to deal with drops of packets. I'm losing packets. And jitter. Data transport is a misdirect. Because you think that it's connected enough that you think that that's what it is. Okay? Session control is also a misdirect. SIP is the throwaway. And it got me because I didn't know some of these things when I took my practice test on last Sunday. All right, here we go. Moving on. Ports. I suck at ports.
A security analyst is setting up detections to look for unauthorized domain transfers from their external-facing DNS servers. Which of the following ports should they monitor?
Okay, so they need to monitor the TCP port 53. This is really confusing, and I'm still trying to decipher it to make sure that I understand it, because multiple AI bots, DuckDuckGo, Google, and Perplexity have all said, I don't want to say conflicting information, but just confusing information. Okay? No one's given a very tight, this is what it is. But they all say that it's actually UDP 53, not TCP 53. Okay? Now, CompTIA says that UDP port 53 listens, and then it transfers it over TCP port 53. Also, when you use port 53 TCP, it's because it's a big size and it's over 520 or 12 bytes. That's really big. 8 bits go into 1 byte. So if you multiply this by 8, that's how many bits are inside. That's big. That's a lot because packets deal in bits, not bytes. Okay? Well, they kind of deal in both, but still. Now, my anchor to memorize this, to make sure I know what's going on, is that it's 1 plus 2 equals 3. So that is 53. That helps me memorize the port. Now, this question is dirty because it gives UDP and TCP as an answer choice. If it was just TCP 53, then I would click that because that's what the study guide said. Okay? All of Google says that there's no such thing as TCP port 53. It's all done over UDP port. This is the conflict. Okay? Let's read the question and see if we can come up with some type of distinguishing to make sure that we know that it's going to be TCP.
A security analyst is setting up detections to look for unauthorized domain transfers from their external-facing DNS servers. Which of the following ports should they monitor? So,
did you see the keyword transfers? Transfers is the keyword according to CompTIA, which I'm going to side with over Google. Okay? I'm going to side with CompTIA is going to be transfer, and look right over here. Transfers data over TCP. Listens for data over UDP. Both use the same port, different protocol, 1 transfers, 1 listens. T transfers, T transfers. Listens is UDP. Okay? Now, let's see what's going on with these others.
IPv1 is a classful protocol and uses inefficient broadcasts to communicate updates over UDP port 520. RIP-NG Next Generation is a version of the protocol designed for IPv6. RIP-NG uses UDP port 521. Encrypted web traffic between the client and server is sent over TCP port 443 by default, rather than the open and unencrypted port 80.
Okay, so here's another thing. I've never looked at this. RIP version 1 is a classful protocol. I know what RIP is. I wonder if it's the same protocol. I bet it is. Protocol and uses insufficient broadcast to communicate updates over UDP port. So RIP is the broadcast that goes, it measures the hops. It determines the direction in the path that it's going to go based off of how many hops it's going to do. And it does it over UDP port 520. So this is RIP version 1. So next generation is a version of the protocol designed for IPv6. So apparently there is RIP version 2 for IPv6. RIP-NG uses UDP port 521. So that's just knowledge we probably need to just store in our brain. Okay, excellent. So transfers. Security analyst is setting up detections to look for unauthorized domain transfers. TCP 53. Some DNS servers also configure allow connections over TCP port 53 as it allows larger records. So that's what he's gonna be sniffing out. Let's go to the next one.
A company plans a network run to a warehouse behind its main office building. The distance is short, and to save money, the IT engineer suggests using a specific type of fiber cabling. Which cable type would the engineer most likely recommend implementing, based on the given criteria?
Okay. Here we go. Oh, we don't need that anymore. That's poo-poo. So, Cat 8 and... Ooh, let's not do that. Cat 8 and Cat 7 is copper. Which means that it's not this, because we're looking for fiber. Okay? So now what we have to do is figure out what's the difference between multi-mode and single mode. Okay, multi-mode is short distance. Okay, this is long distance. Okay, short distance, we're talking 200 to 550 meters. Okay. There is one special case that is, well, we'll talk about the special case in a second. Okay, so that's multi-mode, short distance, 200 to 550 meters. Long distance is 5K to 80, km to 80 kilometers. That is the equivalent of 50 miles, just about. It's just shy of 50 miles. Okay. Here are some of the acronyms that we're looking for. We're looking for anything that says like short R. We're looking for that reach. Okay. We're looking for anything for single mode that has an L in it. It doesn't necessarily have to have an X. X means waveform, but we need an L. We need an E, or we need an X in the fronts. E and X mean extended. L means long. Okay. There is an LXM that means long form multimode. Multimode is even in the name of it. The only exception to this rule is when you have an F. F means fast, and it is up to 2 kilometers multimode. Okay? So that is what it goes down to. We're looking for the start of the acronym. That's really what we need. And honestly, you really only kind of need to know one, and the other one's kind of, you'll be able to figure it all out. Okay? So let's see here. What is it? What is the question again?
A company plans a network run to a warehouse behind its main office building. The distance is short, and to save money, the IT engineer suggests using a specific type of fiber cabling. Which cable type would the engineer most likely recommend implementing, based on the given criteria?
So we're trying to connect and run it through a warehouse that's behind the main office. So we're going from one building to another building. Okay? The distance is short, and we want to save money. That's another thing. Multi-mode is cheaper. I don't know. I'm not going to say it's cheap, but it's cheaper than single mode. And of course it's going to be cheaper because single mode can go all the way up to 80 kilometers. Some of them. Okay. Multi-mode is short. Okay. So we're looking for something that's going to be short and it's going to save money. It doesn't make sense that we're going to run a CAT cable or an Ethernet cable from one building to the other building in order to try to get data to be fast. You could do that, but we're trying to get a fiber cable, not just copper cable. So that means that these are throwaways. Okay, this is the misdirect. Multi-mode is the answer. And we'll go ahead and we'll read it just so that way we can say we did.
Multi-mode fiber is inexpensive to deploy compared to single-mode fiber. As such, it does not support long distances as single-mode and is more suitable for local area networks LANs than wide area networks WANs. Single-mode cables support data rates up to 10 Gbps or better and cable runs of many kilometers, depending on the quality of the cable and optics.
Yes, that is correct. That is correct. All right, moving on to the next one. Okay, we'll do this one tomorrow because that's 5. 5 is going to be tomorrow. This is 4. This is the one we're actually working on today. After we do this, we're going to go through all of those sections.
What is the payment card industry data security standard, PCI DSS?
Buddy, I don't know. I 100% guessed on this.
A standard for protecting payment card information. PCI DSS is a set of security standards designed to ensure that all companies that accept, process, store, or transmit credit card information maintain a secure environment. Its primary goal is to protect cardholder data.
Okay. We're going to go way more in depth with this when we get to that section. All right, here we go. Number 1.
Network administrator is unable to access files on a remote system. A network firewall seems to be blocking traffic from passing through. Which of the following will the administrator most likely need to reconfigure for inbound and outbound traffic? Select 2.
Okay, so this happens to me all the time. There's a base acronym, and then they add to it. I know what FTP is. It's File Transfer Protocol. But sometimes when I see this, I just see a completely different acronym. I don't see the FTP. And I don't see that the T, like they're separate. Like that T is an add-on. Okay. So then I see TFTP and it's like, oh crap, what's that? Is that a completely different acronym? No, it's not. I mean, technically it is, but it's not. It is Trivial File Transfer Protocol. Trivial meaning temporary. Okay. So let's read it.
Trivial File Transfer Protocol, TFTP, is a file transfer service, which is a connectionless protocol running over UDP port 69. It is suitable for transferring small files.
I'm pretty sure it's also temporary. Like, it's not always engaged, is what I mean. Don't quote me on that. I could be thinking something else. But you could also connect it to trivial being small files. Small files are trivial. Let's just go through there. Now, TCP port 20. TCP port 20 is just generally File Transfer Protocol.
File Transfer Protocol, FTP, is a connection-oriented protocol running over TCP port 20 and 21. TCP port 20 is used for data connection on the server side, and TCP port 21 is used as a control port.
Yes. So it uses both ports, 20 and 21, And this is why it's important to be able to know that file transfer protocol is the first acronym, and then trivial is just tacked onto it. Because if I would have realized that this was file transfer protocol, I would have understood. Okay. File transfer protocol runs over TCP port 20. Okay. And that's exactly what he's trying to do. Read the question one more time and then we'll move on.
A network administrator is unable to access files on a remote system. A network firewall seems to be blocking traffic from passing through. Which of the following will the administrator most likely need to reconfigure for inbound and outbound traffic? Select 2.
Okay, here we go.
A consumer configures a new wireless router at home and only configures the 5G band. Which wireless standard only works with this band?
Okay. So G is legacy. Like, this is what the internet I had. This is the Wi-Fi that I had when I was in college. Okay. N is both 2.4 and 5G. I'm pretty sure that's Wi-Fi 5. Okay. Pretty sure. We can actually get. Okay, let's do it. 802.11. 802. Whoops. So then, what is in? Okay, in was Wi-Fi 4. So this was Wi-Fi 4, and it had both. This was Wi-Fi 5. And the thing with Wi-Fi 5 is that it only broadcast over a 5G band, but it also had 2.4. But you had to disable you had to disable the 5 in order to get the 2.4 to work. Okay? So like if you had an Arlo camera or something like that that only operated at 2.4, you had to disable it. So meaning it didn't have two distinct pathways. They were intermixed. And you had to get rid of one in order for it to be there. It was kind of like the 5G band was the dominant force. B is also only 5G. However, it's legacy. It's old. That's like Wi-Fi 2. Okay? If there was such a thing. It doesn't do a lot of big data. Yes, here it is. Standardized and used to carry methods. It uses 2.4 band. No, it doesn't use 2.4 band. B operates at the 5G. That's wrong. That's what my A+ said. Let me find it. Oh, that's right. Wi-Fi 1 was automatically 5G. And it was pretty fast for the time. 54 megabytes. But its bandwidth, its channels were really, really small. Like it got overloaded really, really fast. Only like one device could be on it. So what happened is that they lowered the hertz and it increased the amount of devices that are on there, but it also slowed the speed down a little bit. That's right. Okay, I got it mixed up. Cool. All right. So basically, this is the only one that goes over 5G. Next.
A security team is reviewing the authentication controls on the corporate network. Which of the following is an important reason for the team to implement role-based access and least privilege? Select 2.
Okay. To apply microsegments to the system? Probably not. to establish checks and balances against insider threats. That could be. This is the throwaway. I obviously didn't know what this question was when I took it on Sunday, and I've reviewed it extensively since then. Okay, to give rights to users implicitly, sure. To grant users significant rights to perform a job, yes. I understand this question significantly better. Okay.
Least privilege means that a user is granted sufficient rights to perform his or her job and no more. This mitigates risk if the account should be compromised and fall under the control of a threat actor. Role-based access define organizational roles and subjects are allocated to those roles. Users gain rights implicitly through being assigned to a role, rather than explicitly being assigned the right directly.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, this is the one that we're going to do today. Read it. I command you. I am your... Oh, I can't say that. I can't say it. I'm the master.
After troubleshooting intermittent network connectivity issues with a user, the results of an IP config show different network settings than the enterprise uses. What could be the cause of this issue?
So it is a rogue DHCP server. When I did this, the reason I flagged is because I was uncertain if it was going to be DHCP scope exhaustion. But exhaustion means that there's an attack going on that is forcing it to push out IP addresses. And then it's going to change. There's a whole lot to it. It changes the expiration dates and all these things. And then people can't connect to the internet because they don't have an IP address. Okay. A rogue DHCP server is a result of IP... Where is it? After troubleshooting intermittent network connectivity issues, the user is a result of IP shows... Here it is. Different network settings. When you have... It's not just an IP address. It is different network settings. So you have to understand that a DHCP server doesn't just give out a IP address. It does. But when you have auto config on with the DHCP server, it gives it the DNS, it gives it the subnet, it gives it the gateway, and it gives it its IP address. It gives it IPv6. Like it does all of it, right? It does all the stuff. So if the settings in general are different, not just meaning that it has a bad IP address. If it had a bad IP address, maybe the computer was off for long or something happened with the expiration or the lease or something like that. You know what I mean? But no, it's because the settings are straight up different. That's sign of a rogue DHCP server.
If two DHCP servers are running on the same subnet, clients could have an incorrect IP configuration because they have obtained a lease from a rogue server. DHCP scope exhaustion occurs when there are no more addresses available for DHCP to distribute. In this case, the client has an address.
And exhaustion can happen not because of nefarious means. It could just mean that your network has expanded beyond the scope of IP addresses that you originally allotted.
What is the primary security benefit of implementing MAC filtering on a switch?
Ooh. To ensure only authorized devices can connect to specific ports. Because remember, a switch deals with MAC addresses. That's how it knows who it's talking to. It sends out ARP requests, all that stuff. Okay, so it needs a MAC filtration system to ensure that the authorized devices can connect to specific ports. So those ports are behind a paywall, and that paywall is MAC filtering.
The correct answer is that it ensures only authorized devices can connect to specific ports. MAC filtering is a critical security measure that restricts network access to authorized devices based on their MAC addresses, preventing unauthorized devices from connecting to the network. MAC filtering's primary purpose is access control, not directly preventing DDoS attacks, which involve overwhelming the network with traffic.
Yeah. Now, I will say that MAC filtering probably might... It's not going to make it vulnerable to DDoS attacks But it's definitely going to help a little bit. You know what I'm saying? That's not its primary focus, but it will help a little bit with it. Should. Okay, cool. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to log back in is what I'm going to do. We are going to look at 4.1, 4.2, 4.3. We're going to look at these three. Network security. Okay. I'm going to go get more tea, and then we're going to get started with it right here. Okay. So I'll be back in like a minute. I'm going to go get more tea. Okay, we are back, and we are going to go through all of these. Here we go. Section 4.1, explaining the importance of basic network security concepts. Let's knock it out.
An organization is using a Windows server with the network policy server role to authenticate Active Directory users for remote access to the internal network. What security solution is being used?
Okay, I'm not going to lie. I low-key did not pay attention to a word that it just said. We're going to read it again. I'm so sorry.
An organization is using a Windows server with the network policy server role to authenticate Active Directory users for remote access to the internal network. What security solution is being used?
Okay, so we have a Windows server, network policy service role, authentication, to activate the directory user for remote access. We're looking for remote access. I'm going to say that it's the Radius server. It's not a multi-layer switch. That's the throwaway. It's not a router. To authenticate. Yeah, the router doesn't authenticate anything. There are things in the router that authenticate, but it's not a... no. And it's not a load balancer. It's Radius server is the only one that makes sense.
What method mitigates the risk associated with the default administrator account having unrestricted access to the device?
With the default administrator account having unrestricted access to the device. Disable insecure protocols? Insecure. Yeah. No, it's not that. Configure role-based access. Disable unneeded. No. Extensible authentication protocol. What method mitigates? No, it's not. It's configure role-based access. So even though you're an administrator, what is your role? You don't get 100% access to something, like hardly ever. Think of it like a key. Like a teacher goes into a high school. The teacher's key is going to unlock the bathroom, their classroom, and maybe the mailroom. They don't get a master key. Some schools have different levels of master key. So maybe the department head of the math department has a master key that only opens all of the math department doors, but it can't unlock the school. Then there's like an absolute master key that can unlock everything, or maybe just the school itself. Those are owned by police officers, principals, superintendents, things like that.
Which of the following works directly with programmable logical controllers, PLCs, in an industrial complex?
Oh, man. Something in me is telling me that it's SCAD, but I don't know. Which of the following works directly with programmable logical controllers, PLCs? Why would it be smart speakers? Why would it be smart refrigerators, wireless printers? Like, all of these are throwaway. I don't like this question. What is a SCAD? That doesn't tell me what a SCAD is. Oh my gosh, dude, it's already 11. Oh, but I'm glad that we went through the practice test first.
SCADA supervisory control and data acquisition works directly with PLCs to monitor and control industrial processes. Analogy. SCADA is like a control room in a factory, where engineers oversee machines' PLCs and adjust settings in real time. Smart speakers, refrigerators, and printers are like household appliances, useful at home but irrelevant to factory operations. In-depth explanation. SCADA. A system used to monitor, manage, and control industrial processes, for example, manufacturing, power grids. Directly interfaces with PLCs to collect real-time data, for example, sensor readings, machine statuses. Send control commands, for example, start, stop processes, adjust valves. Uses industrial protocols like Modbus, OPC UA, or DNP3 for communication. Critical for automation, diagnostics, and process optimization. Smart speakers, refrigerators, printers. Consumer-grade IoT devices designed for convenience in homes or offices. Do not interact with PLCs or industrial machinery. Lack the industrial protocols, hardware, or security requirements for such integration. Real-world example or scenario. In a water treatment plant, PLCs control pumps, valves, and chemical dosing. SCADA software, for example, Ignition, WinCC displays real-time data from PLCs and allows operators to adjust settings remotely. If a pump fails, the SCADA system alerts the operator and logs the event for analysis. Smart speakers or printers might be used in the office for voice commands or printing reports, but have no direct role in controlling the plant's machinery. Answer: SCADA works directly with PLCs in industrial complexes to manage and monitor automated systems. The other options are consumer or office devices with no role in industrial control.
Okay. So the SCADA, which stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition.
Supervisory control and data acquisition.
There you go. Okay. It has to do with industrial stuff, not consumer stuff.
A chief investment officer is developing a policy to allow employees to use their personal cell phones for work-related activities, including access to company emails. What kind of policy should the CIO implement?
So this is very easy. It's bring your own device. Okay, very, very common, especially even, it was already common before COVID, but COVID just like blew it out of the water. Change management. No, that has to do with like managing the changes of certain things. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate the sub. I'm actually really surprised that my alert works. My alert works like half the time. Cool. Change management is, what is change management? That is, it manages change. Well, duh, it manages change. It is like manages the man, I cannot put this in words. Like the updates, when it's going to update, how you're going to change the devices, how you're going to roll it out, things like that. Onboarding is for new people, and DLP, I don't know what DLP is. Let's ask our friend so that way we know what DLP is. Okay, I know what bring your own device is. I want to know what... Yes, data loss prevention. Okay.
DLP, data loss prevention, focuses on preventing data leaks, for example, blocking unauthorized file transfers, but it's a component of a broader BYOD policy, not the policy itself.
That's funny. Okay, focuses on privileged data leaks, blocking unauthorized file transfers, but it's a component of a broader bring your own device policy, not the policy itself. Interesting. I didn't know that. Huh. Okay, next.
Which of the following are network devices that provide security monitoring of an office perimeter against unauthorized access?
This is another really dumb one. Like, of course it's going to be HVAC sensors and it's going to be IP cameras. No, smart doorbell. Why would it be an HVAC sensor? And why would it be a smart thermostat? I don't know why I thought originally it was going to be like that sensor is not going to, what is it going to do? Sense people? No. It's for HVAC. Yeah. Okay. We're doing this to see how it correlates to the HVAC sensor. Maybe there's something I didn't already know. Like how the DLP, I didn't realize that it stood for data loss prevention. I have a feeling it's
HVAC
not, though.
sensors, smart thermostats. Like a thermostat on the wall, useful for climate control but not for catching someone breaking in.
See, that's what I thought. Monitors the environment conditions, temperature, humidity to optimize heat and cooling. No role in security. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I was just making sure.
A network administrator wants to implement authentication of administrative access to routers and switches. Which of the following is a reliable protocol that can achieve this, as well as detect when a server is down and encrypt all the payload in packets?
I think that this is going to be TACAS Plus. Which, by the way, I love the name of this. Terminal Access Controller Access Control System. It's almost a palindrome. Like, yes. We're going to do this so that way we understand what radius is, and what LDAP is. Wow, 8 seconds, 10 seconds. Simplified answer, analogy. Yeah, because I don't even know which one's the throwaway and which ones are like the misdirect answers. I think the radius is the misdirect answer. However, I want to make sure that I understand these thoroughly. Oh, it's still generating.
TACACS Plus, Terminal Access Control System Plus, is the correct protocol. It authenticates administrative access, uses TCP for reliable server status detection, and encrypts the entire payload, unlike Radius, which only encrypts passwords. Analogy. TACACS Plus, like a secure, encrypted phone call with a bouncer who checks your ID, knows if the club's security system is offline, and keeps the entire conversation private. Radius, like a walkie-talkie where only your password is whispered, but the rest of the conversation commands user attributes is in clear text. In-depth explanation. TACACS Plus. Authentication designed for command-level control, for example, blocking specific CLI commands for certain users. Server detection uses TCP port 49, which is connection-oriented. If the TACACS Plus server goes down, the connection drops immediately, allowing the network device to fail over or log the event. Encryption encrypts the entire payload, not just passwords, ensuring confidentiality of commands and session data. Use case, ideal for securing administrative access to routers, switches, and enterprise environments. Radius remote authentication dial-in user service. Authentication focuses on user authentication. For example, Wi-Fi login, 802.1 times, not granular command control. Server detection uses UDP port 1812 1813, which is connectionless. Detecting a downed Radius server relies on timeouts and retries, introducing delays. Encryption only encrypts the password field in packets PAP authentication. Other data, for example username commands, is sent in clear text. LDAP lightweight directory access protocol. Used for querying and modifying directory services, for example user credentials in Active Directory. Not designed for network device authentication or command level control. Lacks built-in server status detection and payload encryption. Directory services. A general term for systems like Active Directory or LDAP. Not a protocol itself. Can integrate with TACACS Plus Radius for authentication but do not handle the listed requirements directly. Real-world example or scenario. TACACS Plus in action. A network engineer logs into a Cisco switch using SSH. The switch forwards credentials to a TACACS Plus server, for example Cisco IZ. If the server is down, the TCP connection fails immediately, and the engineer is denied access. All commands entered by the engineer are encrypted in the payload, preventing eavesdropping. Radius in action. A user connects to a double Wi-Fi network. The access point sends credentials to a Radius server via UDP. If the server is down, the user may experience delays or failed login due to UDP timeouts. Only the password is encrypted. The username and other attributes are sent in clear text. Answer. TechAx Plus is the only protocol that authenticates administrative access to network devices, detects server downtime via TCP immediate connection failure, encrypts all payload data, not just passwords. Answer: TechAx Plus, Terminal Access Controller, Access Control System Plus.
So the Radius is more of a surface level thing with like passwords and stuff. It does a little bit more than that, but it's authentication focused. It does encryption. Okay. The LDAP is lightweight directory protocol, uses for querying and modifying directory services, not designed for network device authentication. So there is no authentication. There's probably an authentication to get to the LDAP, but excuse me. But it's not an authenticating protocol itself. Okay, the directory is the general terms of systems like LDAP. It's not a protocol itself. So that means that these two are the throwaways, which means that this is the misdirect. And the way we're going to know that it's TACAX Plus is that this person wants to implement authentication of administration access to routers and switches, which the following reliable protocol can achieve this and detect when servers are down. So we're looking for authentication for admin, for routers and switches, and for detection for when server is down. And it encrypts all payloads. So it's doing a lot of things. So it's going to be TACAX Plus because it does all those things.
Which authentication method allows users to authenticate to the wireless network against a Radius server using their regular network credential?
Which authentication method allows users to authenticate to a wireless network against a Radius server using their regular network credentials? Wireless client isolation, MAC filtering, MAC filtering is more of a switch thing. I don't think that you can filter through MACs on a wireless network. Maybe you can. Extendable Authentication Protocol, EAP, Control Panel Policy. I don't know, but I am between this one and this one. Extensible Authentication Protocol or Control Plane Policy. Policing. I'm going to go with the authentication. That was a guess. Well, it was an educated guess, but it was still a guess nonetheless. Oh man, I'm getting tired. But we're almost done. There's only 3 sections in this section.
Simplified answer. Extensible Authentication Protocol EAP allows users to authenticate to a wireless network using their regular credentials, for example, username, password, certificates, by communicating with a Radius server. Analogy. EP is like a hotel concierge who checks your ID credentials and calls the front desk Radius.
It never ceases to amaze me to see the level of, like, simplicity that things have to be. Because in my mind, why do we need this extensible authentication protocol that communicates with the Radius server? If the Radius server is using a username and password, then why do we need this? It's because all of these protocols can literally do one small thing. And I believe that AI is moving forward is going to eradicate that. It used to be back in the day, that you had these bots, these online bots, and these online bots could only do very, very small, simple tasks. And AI is going to be able to do multiple simple tasks or complex tasks. You know what I'm saying?
To verify your identity before letting you into your room network. The other options are like security cameras, client isolation, a guest list MAC filtering, or bouncers at the door control plane policing. Useful for security but not for credential-based authentication. In-depth explanation. Extensible Authentication Protocol EAP, a framework for multiple authentication methods, for example EAP TLS, EAP PEEP, EAP MSHA-P2. Used in WPA2, WPA3 enterprise wireless security to forward user credentials, for example Active Directory username, password, or certificates, to a Radius server for validation. Supports strong security, for example mutual authentication, encryption, and integrates with existing directory services, for example LDAP. Add. Why it fits. EAP directly enables credential-based authentication, for example domain login, via Radius, making it seamless for users. Wireless client isolation prevents wireless clients from communicating with each other. Security feature, not an authentication method. MAC filtering restricts access based on a device's MAC address. Device-based, not credential-based. Cannot use network credentials, for example username, password. Control plane policing COP, a security feature to protect network devices, for example routers, from DOS attacks by filtering traffic. Not related to user authentication or credential validation. Real-world example or scenario. A company uses WPA2 Enterprise for its Wi-Fi. Employees authenticate using their domain credentials, for example user, example.com, and a password. When a user connects, the access point uses EAP, for example PEEP MSHA-P2, to send their credentials to a Radius server, for example Microsoft NPS or Cisco ISS. The Radius server checks the credentials against Active Directory and grants network access if valid. If the Radius server is unreachable, authentication fails unless a fallback method is configured. Answer. Extensible Authentication Protocol EA is the method that allows users to authenticate to a wireless network using their regular network credentials, for example domain username, password, via a Radius server. The other options are unrelated to credential-based authentication. Answer. Extensible Authentication Protocol.
Okay. That makes way more sense, and how the EAP is related to the Radius server. So we'll read the question one more time and then move on.
Which authentication method allows users to authenticate to the wireless network against a Radius server using their regular network credential?
So which one of these is used with the Radius server? MAC filtering is device-based, not authentication-based. Okay, control panel policy is a security feature to protect wireless devices from DOS attacks and filtering, not related to the authentication process. Okay, and then the wireless isolated clients prevents wireless clients from communicating with each other. Security features, not an authentication method. So the only authentication method we have is this one. Pam?
An IT manager is focusing on privileged access management, PAM, that focuses on policies, procedures, and technical controls that prevent malicious abuse of privileged accounts. Which general PAM principle would ensure members of the IT team are only granted sufficient rights to perform their duties?
This one's easy. Least privileged. Zero trust is the throwaway, because zero trust means you trust absolutely no one. Everybody gets vetted. Everything gets vetted. There are no exceptions. Okay? It's the highest level of security that can happen. And it does slow things down, sure, because nothing is trusted. Okay? Separation of duties and role-based are the misdirects, because you would think that which general PAM principle would ensure members of the IT team are only granted sufficient rights. Sufficient rights. So you would have to infer that it would be role-based, right? Because it's like, oh, hey, my job is this. I get the sufficient rights of this. No, that's not what it is. And separation of duties also makes you think that that's what it is, because the IT team are only granted sufficient rights to perform their duties. So you're like, okay, separation of duties. Separation of duties has nothing to do with the team being granted the rights to do it. I can divide up duties. That doesn't mean that you're given the right to do it, right? To access whatever is needed. Least privilege means that you are going to be given the least amount of privileges in terms of data in order to do your duty. And that's where a lot of people kind of run into issues in terms of management and things like that. And you hear the classic line of like, well, I would do this, but I don't have access to the server, or I would do this, but I don't have access to blank. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. So role-based access might be inside of least privilege, but least privilege is the answer. And we can ask our friend over here. We won't read the entire thing, but just to see what the difference is between all of these. Bum bum, dun dun dun, dun 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 dun. Ooh, I'm getting hungry. Role-based. This is what we want. Role-based access. Assigns permissions based on predefined roles. Network admin, help desk, things like that. Can enforce least privilege if roles are tightly defined, but the principles itself is broad, not inherently tied to minimal access. Okay, so it can be inside of it, but it or it can be a part of it, but it's not it. Separation duties.
Distributes critical tasks, for example, approving purchases. Resetting passwords across multiple users to prevent fraud or abuse. Ensures no single person has unchecked power, but does not directly limit access rights to the minimum required.
Mm-hmm. And then zero trust. Zero trust is like, let's say your uncle works at the bank and is the bank teller, and you had dinner with them like last night, and you go to the bank, and he still asks to see your ID. He's like, well, come on, uncle, you know who I am. He's like, zero trust. Like, I don't know who you are. You know what I'm saying? It's like one of those things. So it can be really redundant. It can be really asinine, but it is a blanket statement that really makes things very secure. Verification every step, but is not defined as a scope.
A network engineer wants to allow authorized users to be able to authenticate administrative access to routers and switches remotely. Which protocol allows this type of access, uses reliable delivery, and makes it easy to detect when a server is down?
We already had this question. It's TACX Plus. Why is it giving it to us again? And the reason I know it's TACX Plus because TACX Plus is the only one that detects when a server is down. And it's asking to have administrative access to routers, switches, delivery. It's asking for a lot of things.
Which of the following security methods is used to prevent unauthorized users from tailgating behind authorized users into secure buildings?
Access control vestibule. Vestibule is a weird word. So, locking racks. Locking racks is a rack for a server that has a lock on it. Most places never lock them because the airflow inside of them is trash. It can be better, but yeah. It's like, how do you have airflow in something that needs to be locked? You know what I mean? Badge reader? Nope. Biometrics? Nope. Because this is a tailgater. A tailgater is someone who walks closely behind someone to make it look like they're with them, but the person who's walking either doesn't care or doesn't notice, and they just come in, or they think that they're just walking closely next to them because they're going to the same area. So let's look at access control vestibule. That's wild. Okay, this one makes way more sense. Yeah, people have seen these before. Which one? This one was crazy though. Access control vestibule, what it is and how it works. Oh, this is just a demo. Okay, that makes sense. Let's look at one that makes more sense. Okay, so we have this one. So one person can enter this thing at a time and goes. A lot of scientists and things use it. They'll even use it as a decompression chamber or like quarantine as well. Schools will use it. It'll be called like a fish bowl. They'll call it the fish bowl. Usually when schools or other places use it, they'll also double it as a waiting room. And a lot of people can come in and they'll just kind of chill in there. So it can actually house a lot of people, but they'll only let one person in at a time. Yeah. So like, here we go. This is a very common fishbowl of a school. And this one actually has two. So there's this one right here. Because some schools will allow you to at least come in this far so that way you're not in the elements or in the heat. And this, if I can see correctly, that's probably a little like button to press. And there's a little video camera and you talk to them, whatever, and they'll buzz you in and you'll go here and there's one person at a time that goes in. Yeah. There you go.
What is the difference between an exploit and a vulnerability?
Let's use those critical thinking skills. Oh, come on, dude. You just read it to me, and you're like, nah, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. I hate when it does this. There's one time I did it, and it didn't do it. And then I was just like, hey, whatever. And I started reading it. And then 20 minutes later, it started trying to read it. It totally just froze. Okay, whatever. Okay, so a vulnerability is a protocol for someone to branch security. An exploit is an external attacker. That's not correct. Okay. A vulnerability is the potential for someone to breach the security. It is a potential. But an exploit is not an external attacker. Okay. A vulnerability is a security weakness. An exploit is the means to utilize that vulnerability. So far, that's the best one. Okay. Vulnerability is the potential for someone to breach security. An exploit is the likelihood that the threat is the threats exceeding are vulnerable. No, that's not. That has a lot of contradicting things in it. That don't sound right. A vulnerability is a security weakness. An exploit is the internal threat of the company. No, exploit is not an internal threat. It's an internal and external threat. Yep. Let's see if my thing's working now.
Demilitarized zone, honeypot, network segmentation enforcement, network access control.
Okay. Kind of working.
A security engineer suggests placing a computer system that can provide early warning of attacks near the screen subnet of the perimeter network. The system is designed to attract attackers by providing bogus data that may seem appealing to outsiders. What type of security measure does the security engineer want to implement near the network edge?
The honeypot. What? I could have sworn I did. Honeypotting. I thought I was going to say something. To good naturedly insert one. Okay. Nope. Honestly, I don't know what I was expecting. Luring and learning it from cyber attacks. So basically what a honeypot is that you are trying to coerce someone to come in to do something. It's like bait. They can't resist it. Like if you were wanting to like to catch a predator, they go online and they pose as like the minors, and people who are like, you're a minor, that's gross, like what are you doing, they'll go away because like people know better. It's against law. You're not going to do that. That's wrong morally. Blah blah blah. All those things. But the bad-willed people are going to go, and the honeypot doesn't have to do anything other than be there. And then when it's there, they take the bait and it's done. Same thing with like, in terms of networking, it's setting up a vulnerability or setting up something in order to coerce an attacker to come. You'll do this to not necessarily catch a hacker, but to really catch them in the act to see what they're doing and how they're doing it, and to strengthen your stuff. Yeah. Decoy computer systems. It can also like divert them as well. All right, anyway, move on to the next one.
Users on a network are complaining about entering credentials each time they want to access multiple login portals. What can the network administrator implement to prevent the need for users to re-authenticate to access different resources? Select 2.
A single sign-on and a single-factor authentication. Kerberos is used in a single sign-on because Kerberos is the ability to have a password and a username. We don't want multi-factor because that's not going to be it. We want something that's going to be single. Dang it. Maybe it was Kerberos because Kerberos is inside of it. We'll circle back around.
Which type of authentication factor should be applied if a network administrator wants to implement a method incorporating gestures as either an intrusion detection or continuous authentication mechanism, despite its susceptibility to error?
Okay. Who you are. So one of it is biometrics, which is who you are. What you have is like a key card. What you do is a gesture. Who you know or something you know is a password. Not who you know, something you know. Okay. So something you are, biometrics. Something you know, password. Something you have, key card. Something you do, gesture. And the difference between do and like swiping a key card or putting in your password is like the Android where it has like the dots, whatever, you have to do the pattern. Okay, I guess you could know the pattern too. Man, I ruined my streak.
The help desk support team of a company is being overwhelmed with tickets requesting a solution to better manage the need to enter multiple passwords in different web portals. Which of the following would be a disadvantage of implementing a single sign-on SL as a solution?
Super easy. Compromising the account compromises multiple services. So single sign-on is what a company will do. You sign on to this platform. It's a single sign-on. ClassLink is very common for schools. And inside of there are all of the internal resources. And the reason schools like to use ClassLink, and I would imagine that there are companies that probably use ClassLink as well, is because you can control what level of teacher and what campus and what school has access to what resource. And this isn't to limit resource accessibility. This is to limit overwhelmed applications in one setting. I don't need, if I'm a high school teacher, I don't need things that an elementary school teacher is going to need, things like that. But the idea is that I sign on to this one thing, i.e. ClassLink, and now I just have immediate access to all of these other things, and I do not need to sign on again. The problem with this is that if you get compromised, all of these things get compromised. A way around that is that you pick and choose very sensitive resources that require you to sign in again once you get access to the single sign-on. Kind of defeats the single sign-on, but not necessarily, because we're talking out of like maybe 75 applications, maybe 2 need to be re-authenticated, thing like that. So for teachers, the way this works is that like I can get into my single sign-on, and then I see my grades. Grades are super confidential. I click it, it redirects me, and then now I have to sign in again to grades. Or I go into my single sign-on, I see Photoshop, I'm immediately in Photoshop, or something like that. Okay.
A customer at a retail store notices that ads are pushed to their mobile device if they are within physical proximity to the store. Which technology uses these types of location services to configure policies specific to a user or device's physical location?
Geofencing. What's really interesting is that TikTok, I think it still does, used to use geofencing in terms of its algorithm. So if you had TikTok on your phone and you were sitting somewhere else, sorry. Let's say that you're in a doctor's office and you have TikTok on your phone and someone's across the room and they have TikTok on their phone. They used geofencing in order to show that y'all are both next to each other and recommend videos that both of y'all were watching or that both of y'all had uploaded. And it's kind of creepy if you think about it a little bit, especially in terms of the algorithm. But this is why, like, if you go to Target or if you go to Walmart, you're going to get more Target and Walmart ads. I'm kind of okay with that one, because if I'm in Walmart and Walmart knows that I'm in Walmart and they're going to push ads for Walmart on my phone, like, okay, I think that's fair. Like, that's still a little creepy that you're using geofencing to know that, but there are other ways to do that because I'm probably connected to their Wi-Fi or, things like that. Maybe I have the Walmart app, which is a little creepy that it has my location. It knows I'm in a Walmart or something like that. You know what I mean? So that's what's going on. It's not open Wi-Fi. It's not pre-shared key. It's not MAC filtering. None of these things make sense. MAC filtering doesn't make any sense. That's for switches. Pre-shared key, that has nothing to do. Open Wi-Fi, that has nothing to do with anything. Open Wi-Fi is the only other one that kind of makes sense, because if you're connected to an open Wi-Fi, they have access to all of your data. So be careful when you go to Starbucks.
Users on a network are complaining about entering credentials each time they want to access multiple log-in portals. What can the network administrator implement to prevent the need for users to re-authenticate to access different resources? Select 2.
So Kerberos or Cerberus is how the SSO works.
Kerberos provides single sign-on. The system trusts a user once he or she confirms authentication and does not need re-authentication to access different resources. Single sign-on's SO means that a user only has to authenticate to a system once to gain access to all its resources. That is, all the resources to which the user has been granted rights.
Mm-hmm. Well, single factor authentication is kind of what a single sign-on is, right? Single factor authentication system can quite easily be compromised since they okay. So that's what it is. A single sign-on is a single factor authentication. Okay. And Cerberus provides single sign-on. So Cerberus and single sign-on are the same thing. So my question is why is it not... Hold on, let's read the question again.
Users on a network are complaining about entering credentials each time they want to access multiple log-in portals. What can the network administrator implement to prevent the need for users to re-authenticate to access different resources?
Okay, I want to know why single factor authentication is less correct than Cerberus. Okay, here we go. In-depth answer. Single sign-on is a primary solution for eliminating repeated logins. User authenticates once, so it's a single-factor authentication, right? And the system generates tokens or key tickets to access multiple applications, portals, and services. How it works: use protocols like OAuth, SAML, Cerberus. So it uses the protocol. Okay, so Cerberus is a protocol to securely validate identity across systems. Example, logging into Google Workspace grants access to Gmail, Drive. Oh, okay, I never thought of it like that. Okay, is a network authentication protocol. I guess I didn't quite realize that Cerberus is a protocol. Okay, using least time limited tickets. Okay, that makes sense. Single uses only one method. Does not solve the reauthentication issue. What do you mean doesn't solve the reauthentication issue? Oh, because they're wanting to have access to multiple login portals at once. Single factor authentication would mean that I would go to each one of these websites and log in individually. Okay, I understand.
Single-factor authentication systems can quite easily be compromised, since they only use one type of authentication factor for authentication, and will not help when authenticating with multiple portals.
That's a bad... Yeah, well, the first part makes sense, but it doesn't make sense with this. Like that, or doesn't matter. And will not help with authenticating with multiple portals. That's the key with this one. Okay, I understand. I'm ready to move on. We just went over this in depth.
Which of the following do asset tracking tags use to allow electronic surveillance of managed assets and help prevent theft of assets?
Which of the following do assets tracking tags use? Oh, like an Apple tag.
Which of the following do asset tracking tags use to allow electronic surveillance of managed assets and help prevent theft of assets?
Radio frequency identification. Yeah. So this is crazy. This is worth going over. Okay. So this is how an Apple AirTag works. Okay. There's buttons on this thing that I don't want to use. Okay. So we have our AirTag. And I'm pretty sure it does not need batteries. It's just always pushing out a frequency. Okay. We'll talk about how that works like later, because there's ways for that to work. Okay. Just like how an antenna is always picking up frequencies. Okay. Now, this AirTag, what it's doing, it is not Wi-Fi and it is not Bluetooth. Okay. It's not these things. What it's doing is it's trying to connect. It's constantly seeking a device. And then all of a sudden, it finds an iPhone. And it pings this iPhone. And all it says is, hey, I am here. And what it says, like, I am here, it's meaning like I'm 5 feet away, 10 feet away, 100 feet away. I think it goes up to 50 feet. I'm 5 feet away. The iPhone, without you knowing or doing anything, says, okay, I will tell Apple. And it goes and it phones home to the iCloud. Okay. This is giving off a frequency, and it's giving off like a code, right? Okay. That code is linked to your iCloud cloud account. Okay. So this goes constantly saying, hey, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. it pings off the closest iPhone or Apple device that I can find. It goes and talks to the cloud. The cloud says, oh, okay, let's redirect it to the correct iCloud account. And then that's how, and then it goes to your phone, your iPhone, and says, tag is here, and uses the GPS of the original iPhone or Apple device that pinged it. So it doesn't necessarily get the exact location, but it gets within 50 feet. It gets really, really darn close. Okay? And it actually, no, it does give off a Bluetooth frequency. I think that's how it connects. It's constantly giving off a Bluetooth frequency because it doesn't need energy. It doesn't need power to do that, I'm pretty sure. And even if it does need a battery, that battery is going to last years. I mean, think about how those batteries in like the Super Nintendo games and like Game Boy Advance games, it's been 20 years and they still work. You know what I mean? So anyway, that's how that stuff works. Isn't that wild? Whoops. Okay. And that is why, which of the following do assets tracking tags use to allow electro surveillance to manage the asset to help prevent theft of assets? Radio frequency identifiers, because radio frequency identifiers do not need power.
A security engineer is adding a new learning management system, LMS, to the corporate environment to provide monthly mandatory training for employees. Which of the following security methods will allow the engineer to automate updating the user directory database of the training platform to coincide with Windows Active Directory updates?
So basically what he wants to do is he wants to he wants these things to talk. He wants the LMS to talk to the Windows Active Directory updates. So basically, there is a list somewhere of all the people and all the developments and like learning and the trainings and stuff that they need to do. And he wants it so that way he doesn't have to manually go in and change it. He wants them to be able to talk. So that way if they go into the LMS, they do it. The LMS talks to the Windows Active Directory and updates it. And actively updates it, which is going to be a directory service. I'm like 90% sure, because this has to do with like security and communications between switches and routers, and if a port is down or up. This has to do with authentication with like routers and switches. And this is another directory protocol that I don't think it deals with authentication, but it deals with getting into a directory. I'm pretty sure it's directory services that allows these things to talk to each other. No, then it must be the lightweight directory access portal. Yes. Okay. Let's see why.
Most directory services are implementations of the Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, LDAP. LDAP is not a directory standard, but a protocol used to query and update an X500 standard directory. LDAP is supported in current directory products such as Windows Active Directory. TACAX Plus is used in authenticating administrative access to routers and switches. TACAX Plus uses reliable delivery offered by TCP, making it easier to detect when a server is down. Directory services is a network service that stores identity information about all the objects in a network, including users, groups, servers, client computers, and printers. VPN implementations use remote authentication dial in user service radius as a standard protocol to manage remote and wireless authentication infrastructures.
Radius, it deals with remote management. Okay, let's do this one more time, just this first one to get in our head.
Most directory services are implementations of the Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, LDAP. LDAP is not a directory standard, but a protocol used to query and update an X500 standard directory. LDAP is supported in current directory products such as Windows Active Directory.
Okay. And this was the actual question.
Which of the following security methods will allow the engineer to automate updating the user directory database of the training platform to coincide with Windows Active Directory updates?
The LDAP. Yeah, we just did this. LDAP.
Users on a network are complaining about entering credentials each time they want to access multiple log-in portals. What can the network administrator implement to prevent the need for users to re-authenticate to access different resources? Select 2.
So it's not going to be multi-authentication because that defeats the purpose because they don't want to have to re-authenticate. Single-factor authentication is the misdirect because it sounds like that's it because it's you're only having to authenticate once, but it's actually you are doing a single-factor authentication for all of them, for multiple logins. And we want to be able to log in once with one login. And that's going to be an SSO. And the Cerberus protocol is in the SSO. We already know what this is.
A security engineer is adding a new learning management system, LMS, to the corporate environment to provide monthly mandatory training for employees. Which of the following security methods will allow the engineer to automate updating the user directory database of the training platform to coincide with Windows Active Directory updates?
Yep. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, we did really well. $4.2.
Which of the following attack types can be used for farming, denial of service dues, traffic interception, and corrupting clients' caches? Select 2.
Woo. Woo. Okay. Whew. Wow. I don't know what war driving is. Ransomware. Which of the following attacks can be used for farming, denial of service, traffic interception? So DNS poisoning? I don't know how DNS poisoning is going to farm. And ARP poisoning. I don't know how ARP poisoning is going to farm. Okay, I can see how DNS poisoning is going to farm because it could do a redirect. It's not ransomware. That's the throwaway. Address. So I'm going to say ARP poisoning and DNS poisoning because the ARP poisoning is going to do a denial of service. And or it's going to intercept the traffic. I think it's these two. Okay. That was good. It's a good question.
An IT technician troubleshooting a system discovers that the network configuration is set to dynamic addressing. However, the system has an incorrect IP, Internet Protocol address. Which of the following is the cause?
Incorrect IP. So, it's a rogue DHCP server. The IT technician is troubleshooting a system. Discovers that the network configuration is set to dynamic addressing. However, the system has an incorrect IP. Which of the following is the cause? So, if it was so we're looking for the cause. So it's not going to be duplicate. A duplicate IP is not a cause. It's the effect. Okay. So now we're looking at the expired IP address, which is possible. That's the misleading one. Because you could have an expired IP address. It happens to me all the time, especially at work, where something happened to the leasing thing and my IP address that I have is not correct. And it's old and it's expired and I just have to renew it again. But the real answer is the rogue. It's a rogue. Yeah. And the reason is because a rogue DHCP server is handing out duplicate IP addresses. And it could be nefarious or it could just be a bug.
What is the purpose of a dumpster diving attack in social engineering?
Ooh, that's a good question. Let's find out.
To find useful documents or files in trash.
Sounds good to
To
me.
install malware on an organization's network.
No.
To physically damage discarded computer systems.
No.
To impersonate a member of the cleaning crew.
That's funny, but no.
A systems administrator conceals malware within an installer package. What type of attack does this describe?
Okay, system administrator malware within a installer package. Oh, it's a Trojan horse. Because he thought it was totally fine. A system administrator conceals malware within... Wait.
Conceals malware within an installer package.
Why would a system administrator conceal malware within an installation package? Why would you do that? Unless you're the enemy.
An attacker implements a malicious access point, AP, with the same name as a legitimate one. The result is a denial of service dues and a phishing attack on a corporate Wi-Fi. Which of the following did the attacker most likely use in this scenario? Select 2.
An attacker implements a malicious access point, AP, with the same name as the legitimate one. So it's an evil twin. Okay. The result is a denial of service and a whiplash attack on a corporate Wi-Fi. Which of the following did the attacker most likely use in this scenario? No, a logic bomb is when you have malware on a computer and it basically opens up all of these programs. And I guess it could do it on this on a network as well. War driving. I don't know what war driving is. It could also be spoofing. Okay, we're gonna put it into our friend here because this is twice that it's done war driving, and I don't know what that is. See what it has to say. There's no way my thread's already getting that long. This is a new thread. Because even the time is like lagging. Fake IP mimicking a legitimate one to trick users to connecting. Spoofing likely involves MAC address or SSID spoofing to make a fake IP appear authentic. Yes. Evil twin, like setting up a fake ATM with the same branding as the bank. Ooh, that's a good idea. Let's do that. To steal cards and pins. Spoofing, like forging an ATM serial number to match the bank's official machine, making it harder to detect. Ooh, interesting. Okay, where is war?
War driving. Involves scanning for Wi-Fi networks, legitimate or weakly secured, using tools like Kismet or Wireshark. While war driving may help identify the legitimate SSID, it's not the attack method itself. It's reconnaissance.
Okay. Pick 3.
An attacker installs a backdoor application on multiple compromised machines. Which of the following attack types can trigger the zombies to launch simultaneously through this backdoor? Select 3.
Because I've been streaming for a long time.
An attacker installs a backdoor application on multiple compromised machines. Which of the following attack types can trigger the zombies to launch simultaneously through this backdoor?
Logic bomb.
Select 3.
Amplification attack. I know it's a logic bomb though.
Which of the following is typically associated with a denial of service DOS attack?
It's not brute force. Brute force is where you try every single combination in order to get in. Virtual local area network hopping. Resource exhaustion. And I'm going to say hopping. Okay, then it was the authentication.
What is one primary purpose of rogue devices and services?
What is one primary purpose?
To facilitate faster internet connections, to enhance network security, to provide backup services in case of network failure, to steal sensitive information.
To steal sensitive information, right? Like, what are we talking about? Dang it, it even said to select 3, and I only selected 2, but doesn't matter because I didn't select the right one. DDoS and DDoS attacks. These are things that I get confused all the time.
With DDoS, the attacks are launched from multiple compromised computers. The attacker installs backdoor applications that grant remote access. The attacker can then use backdoor applications to trigger the zombies to launch an attack at the same time. A DDoS attack is a DDoS attack where the adversary spoofs the victim's IP address and attempts to open connections with servers which direct responses to the victim's server, rapidly consuming bandwidth.
Okay, a logic bomb is a malicious program or script set to run under particular circumstances or in response to a defined event. Okay. It's legitimately a bomb in your thing. Not like that it's going to explode and your whatever. I mean, it might catch your thing on fire, but the program will only set off if you do blank. That could be combined with ransomware. That's crazy. Okay, so a DDoS attack, the attacks are launched from multiple compromised computers. Okay, which is the zombies. The attacker installs backdoor applications that grant remote access. The attacker can then use backdoor applications to trigger the zombies to launch an attack at the same time. The DDoS attack is a DOS attack where the adversary spoofs the victim's IP address and attempts to open connections with servers with direct responses to the victim server, rapidly consuming bandwidth. So one has an army that attacks, the other one tries to do an army attack, but through a certain gate. So I guess the difference is like, this is a really stupid analogy. In Lord of the Rings, the towers, the second one, all the orcs get there to attack. They're all attacking all at once on all sides, this one area. Okay? And it's pretty brutal. A DDoS attack is like, man, I just had the analogy and I lost it. Oh, like in Thor, where Loki let the frost giants in through a back door, or he just let them in general and opened up the Bifrost and they all came in and started attacking. The frost giants being the zombies, and then Loki opening the door is the gateway to the server. I feel like those are pretty strong analogies. So an attacker installs backdoor applications, multiple compromised computers. Which of the following attacks can trigger a zombie to launch simultaneously through backdoors? Okay, DDoS, DRDoS, amplification. And just so that we've read it, we'll read this.
An amplification attack is where the attacker implements an amplification factor and dramatically increases the bandwidth sent to a victim during a DDoS attack.
Amplifying the attack. Nice modifier.
Which of the following is typically associated with a denial of service DOS attack?
Again, select 3. Son of a gun.
Deauthentication attacks send spoofed DOS frames to deauthenticate a client from an AP, which allows an attacker to interpose a rogue AP or perform a DOS attack. The flaws in WePet allow attackers using web cracking tools.
Okay. Select
An
3.
attacker compromises multiple machines and installs backdoors on them. Then, the attacker triggers the compromised victim machines to launch at the same time. What types of attack does this scenario describe? Select 3.
DDoS, DRDoS, and amplification.
What type of attack involves broadcasting unsolicited, gratuitous reply packets with spoofed source addresses, followed by launching a man-in-the-middle MITM attack?
It's not ransomware. That's the throwaway. ARP cache poisoning. I'm going to say ARP cache poisoning because it could be spoofed. I don't think it's deauthentication. Yeah. Deauthentication deals with DDoS attacks.
Brandon is helping Fred with his computer. He needs Fred to enter his username and password into the system. Fred enters the username and password while Brandon is watching him. Brandon explains to Fred that it is not a good idea to allow anyone to watch you type in usernames or passwords.
So no.
Which type of social engineering attack is Brandon referring to?
Shoulder sniffing.
What is the difference between tailgating and piggybacking in the context of social engineering attacks? Tailgating is with permission, while piggybacking is without. Tailgating is done without permission, while piggybacking is with. There is no difference. They are the same technique. Piggybacking involves direct interaction, while tailgating does not.
Interesting. I think it's this one. No. There's no difference. They're the same technique, maybe. You know, one time I was on duty. I was in the back of the school. I was supposed to make sure that kids weren't there. This stupid kid comes up. I hate when kids think they're smart. It's like it's such a telltale sign that they're stupid is when kids think that they're smart. And he comes over, and I'm sitting there, and he's like, oh, hey, man, what's your name? I was like, I'm Mr. Lamont. He's like, hey, what do you teach? And I was like, oh, I teach graphic design and multimedia and stuff like that. He's like, oh, man, that's so cool. I've really been thinking about taking that class. But, yeah, anyway, I got to get going. And I was like, where are you going? Stop. Oh, well, oh, you thought you were going to come over here and be all super charismatic? Well, shocker, you're not charismatic. 2, you look like you're up to no good. 3, no one is supposed to be back here except for teachers. So, like, go. Like, I can't believe, so stupid, right? Like, to think that he was going to be able to have the ability to do that. Like, dumb.
Bank employees receive an email informing them that their account is compromised, and they needed to update their credentials immediately. Once they click the link provided, they are taken to a site that appeared to be legitimate. However, after entering their credentials, passwords are sent to the hacker's database. Which type of attack have the employees fallen victim to?
They fell victim to phishing because it was from the email. The reason it's not farming and how it can be closely related. Farming is when you get redirected to another website. They redirected them, but they tricked them into clicking the link themselves. Farming is where you have DNS poisoning and you go to a website that you think is correct and it's actually not. And they're farming your views, your clicks, like ads, information, a whole bunch of stuff. Evil Twin is the throwouts, and ransomware is closely related, but not really. It's also a throwaway.
An attacker configures their device to appear the same as another device on the network. Which type of attack is being used?
An attacker configures their device to appear the same as another device on the network. Could be Mac spoofing. Because they configured their device. They're not poisoning the ARP. I guess they kind of are poisoning the ARP because now there's 2 MAC addresses that are identical. It's not a directory attack. It's not a synchronization flooding. Yeah, that makes the most sense.
Which of the following is not typically associated with a denial of service dues attack?
brute force. Brute force has nothing to do with resource exhaustion, which is what DDoS does. DDoS is super common, by the way. It happens to like everything. Virtual VLAN hopping, no. Deauthentication. All three of these things are DDoS attacks. Brute force is when you're trying every single mathematical combination of a password. Pick 3.
Which of the following is spoofing associated with? Select 3.
Phishing. Wow. Okay, what is spoofing associated with? Yeah, okay. Phishing, because you're spoofing an email. You're making it look real, even though it's not. Deauthentication and biometrics. Which biometrics are actually really easy to get by.
What is the difference between tailgating and piggybacking in the context of social engineering attacks?
So piggybacking has permission.
Tailgating and piggybacking both involve unauthorized access to secure areas, but the key difference lies in the awareness and permission of the person being followed. Tailgating is done without the person's knowledge, while piggybacking involves some level of consent or permission from the person being followed. Tailgating is with permission, while piggybacking is without, is the opposite of the correct relationship between tailgating and piggybacking.
Both techniques can involve direct interaction, but the key difference is whether the person being followed is aware and consents. There is a difficult difference based on awareness and permission of the person being followed, making them separate techniques. That makes total sense. So I guess you can combine this with like the honeypot or something. Like you see it in movies or whatever. The hot girl tricks the scientist to letting them into the super secret facility because he thinks he's going to get laid and he wants to like show off his stuff. She's like, ooh, cool. What is this stuff? What's going on? And she slips in a flash drive and downloads all the stuff and whatever. Or maybe she just takes pictures with her glasses, you know, something like that. That was consensual.
An attacker installs a backdoor application on multiple compromised machines. Which of the following attack types can trigger the zombies to launch simultaneously through this backdoor? Select 3.
Amplification just amplifies these attacks. A logic bomb is where there's a program that has been installed to your device, and it's only triggered through certain circumstances, through certain things. And if you do XYZ, then it's gonna go off. So like maybe there's some type of malware or something that's in your computer lying dormant until you access your bank account. As soon as it accesses your bank account, it goes off and it takes all your money or something. I don't know.
Which of the following types of attacks describe an attacker eavesdropping between two endpoints of communication, or an attacker impersonating a legitimate company?
It's not shoulder sniffing or tailgating. That is real. That's like physical. That requires a person. It's either on path or command and control. Describe an attacker. I'm going to say on path because of eavesdropping. You're eavesdropping on the packets of what's going on while it's en route. This is my thought processes. Okay, and I'm right.
What is the difference between tailgating and piggybacking in the context of social engineering attacks?
Tailgating is without permission and piggybacking is... Oh no, that's the exact opposite. Tailgating is done without permission while piggybacking is done with.
Which of the following best describes the concept of VLAN hopping?
Ooh, I got this question wrong in the test.
A security vulnerability that allows traffic to bypass VLAN segregation. A feature that enables VLANs to extend across multiple switches without trunking. A method for dynamically assigning VLANs to ports based on traffic type.
Nope.
The process of automatically switching VLANs to optimize network traffic.
All three of these make VLAN hopping sound positive, when in reality it's a negative because it's a security vulnerability.
An attacker used deauthentication to interpose a rogue access point, AP, to perform a denial of service DOS attack against a wireless infrastructure. Which of the following is the wireless encryption security protocol that is most vulnerable to this type of attack?
A WEP. WEP is so it was like the first Wi-Fi protected protocol thing or whatever. It's for wireless, by the way. The reason it says wired equivalent is because they were trying to promote that, because at the time wired was the most secure, and to an extent wired is still pretty secure. Most attacks are done because they're trying to remote access in. If you don't have any remote access, which would be absolutely ridiculous, if you don't have any remote access or any type of Wi-Fi or anything like that set up and it's all closed off, nobody can get in. So wired was considered very, very safe, and Wi-Fi was considered very dangerous and unsecure. Well, they created WEP and they called it wired equivalent privacy, saying that it is just as private and secure and all of this stuff just as much as a wired connection. However, it was the first rendition of it and it got completely and totally wrecked. Then Wi-Fi protected access WPA came out, WPA 2 came out, and now we have WPA 3.
Which of the following is typically associated with a denial of service DOS attack? Select 3.
Okay. I know that it's these three because I know that it's not brute force. So VLAN hopping, that's DDoS attacks because we're hopping between VLANs in order to flood it. Deauthentication, we're flooding it still again. And then resource exhaustion, it is exhausted because it's been flooded.
What is the difference between tailgating and piggybacking in the context of social engineering attacks?
Tailgating is done without permission, while piggybacking is done with.
Which of the following is typically associated with a denial of service DOS attack?
We
Select
just have
3.
this. It's not brute force. It's all the other three. All right, man. Hey, we did pretty good. Doing a lot better. Last one. Last one.
What is the primary security benefit of implementing MAC filtering on a switch? It ensures only authorized devices can connect to specific ports. It prevents DDoS attacks. It encrypts data transmitted over the network. It increases the speed of the network.
So it has nothing to do with increasing speed. If anything, it might slow it down, but it's probably negligible. It does not encrypt data. There's no encryption that's happening. So those are immediately thrown away. Prevents DDoS attacks. It does not prevent DDoS attacks, but it does help against them. It's kind of like how a firewall can act as a load balancer, but it is not a load balancer, and having a load balancer is going to be better than just relying on a firewall. It's just it just kind of helps in that direction. So it ensures that only authorized devices can connect to specific ports.
Which protocol would a switch authenticating via 802.1 times mechanisms use?
Man, I don't know. I 100% guess. We're gonna put that into the AI. I don't know what any of these things are. I got lucky. That's all there is to it. EAP must be something. EAP, Extensible Authentication Protocol. So, okay, so that's what it is. It's Extensible Authentication Protocols. And then it's over the LAN. I bet it's over Security Bridge. I bet the W is over wireless. Not valid. Likely a distractor or confusion. Okay, so that's the throwaway. A NAC is network access control, system level approach, not a protocol. So it's not a protocol. uses 802.1x MAC authentication or other protocols can enforce policies. But it's not a protocol? I guess I don't really understand the difference between a protocol and like a record and stuff like that. I might need to figure that out. But does not define communication mechanism. Interesting. So it's an enforcer of policies. All right, here we go. No, I don't want all of it. 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 I want this much.
Simplified answer. EPOL Extensible Authentication Protocol over LAN is the protocol used by switches and access points to transport EAP Extensible Authentication Protocol messages during 800 and 2.1 times authentication, acting as the communication bridge between the client supplicant and the radius server. Analogy. EPOL, like a dedicated courier service that carries authentication messages between a guest supplicant, the front desk authenticator, and the security office radius server without altering the message content. EAP TLS, the security badge the guest uses to prove their identity, but the courier EPOL is what delivers the badge information to the security office. In-depth explanation. EPOL, Extensible Authentication Protocol over LAN purpose, encapsulates EAP messages over wired or wireless LANs during 800 and 2.1 times authentication. Role in 800 and 2.1 times. The authenticator, for example, switch. AP uses EPOL to forward EP packets between the supplicant client device and the radius server. This ensures the switch can relay authentication data, for example, credentials, certificates securely to the back-end server. Why it fits, EPOL is the transport protocol for EAP in LAN environments. It does not perform authentication itself, but enables the exchange of EP messages.
Is there a real-world example? This would probably help.
Real-world example or scenario. A company deploys 800 and 2.1 times on its switches to control network access. When a device connects to the switch authenticator uses EPOL to forward EAP TLS authentication packets from the device to the radius server. The radius server validates the client's certificate and sends back an EAP success or EAP failure message via EPOL. If EPOL were not used, the switch would have no standardized way to relay authentication data to the radius server.
Okay.
Which protocol would a switch authenticating via 800 and 2.1 times mechanisms use?
Authenticating mechanism, EPOL. Okay. I understand that in the sense that I have it memorized, but I don't understand its actual functionality or have a good grasp of it. I'm going to have to let this one marinate a little bit.
What is the main benefit of having a minimal attack surface in a highly trusted zone?
What is the main benefit of having a minimal attack surface in a highly trusted zone? It simplifies network configuration, it minimizes the threats and vulnerabilities, reduces the need for security monitor, it allows for unrestricted traffic flow. Let's go.
Why should default passwords on devices like routers and switches be changed upon installation?
It's a vulnerability. To comply with, no. To make it easier for you, no. To secure the device against unauthorized access to enable, yes.
Why is it important to disable unneeded network services on devices?
To increase the number of available services, possibly. To comply with software licensing agreements, that's also possible. To reduce the attack surface, that could be a thing as well. Wow. To improve the device elasticity. Is that aesthetics? Wait, does that say aesthetics? What? Hold on. Let's read these again.
I am unsure to increase the number of available services, to comply with software licensing agreements, to reduce the attack surface. I am unsure to improve device aesthetics.
Yeah, it is aesthetics. Okay, I was making sure I read that correctly. Okay, why is it important to disable unneeded network services? To reduce the attack surface. Because if I have all these things on there and I never get into them, then I'm never going to update the passwords, and then it just becomes a vulnerability.
A basic firewall operates at layer 3 and commonly enforces which of the network security settings or features?
A firewall operates at layer 3, commonly enforces which of the network security settings or features. I don't think it's going to do port security. Access control list. Okay, I took a shot in the dark. I mean, it was an educated shot in the dark because I kind of knew that it wasn't the other ones, but I don't really. Whoa. Whoa. Why is my stuff so laggy? Do the thing. Because port security would be like a switch. And guest network isolation. That would be like having a different SSID just for the guest. Role-based access. Would also be like an SSID. I like how I can see its thought process. Come on, dude. Okay, whatever. Just read it.
Simplified answer. Access Control List ACL is the correct answer. Layer 3 firewalls, packet filtering firewalls enforce security by filtering traffic based on IP addresses, ports, and protocols. Exactly what ACLs do. Analogy. An ACL is like a bouncer at a club who only checks the guest list, IP addresses, ports to decide who gets in. They don't care about your outfit application layer or who you are user identity. Just whether your ticket IP port is valid. In-depth explanation. Access Control List ACL Layer 3 function. Filters traffic based on source destination IP addresses, for example, block 192.168.1.100. Source destination ports, for example, block port 23 for Telnet. Protocols, for example, allow TCP, block UDP. How it works. Stateless filtering, no session tracking. Rules are applied directly to the firewall router interface. Use case, basic network segmentation, for example, block traffic from a known malicious IP range. Role-based access. Layer 7, application user layer, ties access to user roles, for example, admin, guest, rather than IP port level filtering. Requires authentication and integration with directory services, for example, Active Directory. Not a layer 3 feature. Guest network isolation, layer 2 to 3, often achieved via VLANs layer 2 or firewall rules layer 3 to separate guest traffic from internal resources. However, the isolation itself is a network design feature, not a layer 3 firewall's core enforcement mechanism.
Okay, so I was wrong
Port
about
security, layer 2, restricts which MAC addresses can connect to a switch port, for example, limit to 1 MAC per port.
that. Yeah, I
Not
knew that.
applicable to firewalls operating at layer 3.
Allow HTTP/ATPS traffic ports 80 443 from public internet services. Okay. Block all traffic to internet subnets except for specific managed IPs. This ensures only necessary traffic is permitted to unauthorized access. Okay. That makes sense.
An organization wants to ensure that its financial records are stored securely and that access to these records is tightly controlled. The IT department is tasked with configuring the network to protect these sensitive assets. Which network security zone should the servers storing financial records be placed in?
Private server administrative networks wants to ensure that the financial records are stored securely and that access to the records is tightly controlled. So we want it to be private. We don't just want a private client network, no. Oh shit, I didn't know she called twice. I saw her call once. Okay. Damn it.
What is the primary purpose of network access control NAC?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Tried to call, give me a call, not an emergency, but it is important. Dad got stung by another wasp. Give him around, going to the beach with Kelly and kids, leaving him around noon. I wanted someone to know, maybe. Shit. Okay, hold on. I gotta call my mom, guys. My dad got stung by another wasp. He's like highly allergic. So he, I don't know. Give me a second. Okay, sorry about that. We're gonna have to kind of speed run this a little bit. My dad's fine. I just need to go check on him. So let's
What
see
is the
here.
primary purpose of Network Access Control (NAC)?
To increase the speed? No. To manage network traffic? Possibly. To authenticate endpoints before they fully connect? Probably that one. Yeah, that makes the most sense. Let's keep going.
What is an Access Control List (ACL)?
A digital certificate that verifies user's identity, set of rules that define what actions are allowed or denied as resources, a list of users who are currently logged in the system, a database that stores. I think it's a set of rules that defines what actions are allowed and denied. Yep.
What is the role of regular expression pattern matching in URL filtering?
What is the role of regular expression pattern matching and URL filtering? Oh, to filter by keywords. Super fancy. I can tell that I'm less secure with these because I'm not like...
Which types of packet
breaking it all down.
encryption use a pre-shared key PSK passphrase that generates a 256-bit master key MK, and from the resulting MK, creates a 128-bit temporal key TK? Select 2.
It's the TK-IP. This has to do with IPv6 or IPv4 talking to IPv6. So that's not it. That's a throwaway. I'm pretty sure it's these two. Yes. Has to do with, they both use the master key form to generate their stuff.
What is the main difference between a screened subnet using multiple firewalls and one using a single firewall?
What is the main difference between a screened subnet using multiple firewalls and one using a single firewall?
The single firewall configuration is less secure. The multiple firewall configuration does not use a perimeter network. The single
Okay, so the main difference between a screened subnet using multiple firewalls versus a single firewall. Well, the single firewall is going to be configured is less secure. The multiple firewall configuration does not use a perimeter network. The single firewall configures uses... Oh, no, this is it. This is exactly what I was thinking about. The single firewall is like one firewall, and then there's like 3 doors behind them. The multiple firewalls is where there's a firewall in front of each door. That's what I envisioned, like this guard in this like alleyway, not alleyway, but like this path, and behind him's 3 different places, like 3 different doors that he's trying to protect. He's the single firewall, and then there's a guard in front of each door. That is the multiple firewall. That's immediately what I thought of. I just couldn't put it in my mind, put it in words.
What is the primary purpose of a screened subnet in network security? To provide a neutral zone for joint operations. To facilitate unrestricted public access to internal resources. To control access between external and internal networks. To eliminate the need for firewalls.
No, I think it's to provide a neutral zone for joint operations. No, we'll come back around.
A network administrator uses a program that can use an access control list ACL to allow or deny control traffic from certain sources and apply rate limiting if a source threatens to overwhelm the route processor. What is this called?
I did not pay attention to that. I'm thinking about everything else that I gotta go do. Okay, a network administrator uses a program that can use an access control list ACL to allow or deny control traffic from certain sources to apply rate limiting if the source if a source threatens to overwhelm the route processor. What is this called? Control plane policing. A network administrator uses a program that can use an access control list, okay, to allow deny traffic from certain sources and apply rate limited if a source threatens to overwhelm. I don't think it has anything to do with authentication. I think it has everything to do with policing. Yeah, it's not spoofing. It's not MAC filtering. That's switch. Extensive authentication protocol. This has nothing to do with authentication. This is everything to do with maintaining.
A network administrator is tasked with enhancing the security of their company's network. The administrator decides to implement port security on the company's switches to prevent unauthorized devices from connecting to the network. After configuring port security, the network administrator notices that a particular port on a switch keeps getting disabled, even though the device connected to it is authorized. Which of the following would be the most likely reason for this issue?
It's something to do with the MAC address for one. So if any of this doesn't have anything to do with MAC addresses, they're done. They're not right. The port security is configured with a max of 2 MAC addresses. The MAC address of the device is not included in the stack. If it wasn't included in the stack, it wouldn't be kicking on and kicking off. that means that it was only configured to 2 MAC addresses. So whenever it leaves and comes and goes, it's going up and down, up and down.
What action should a network administrator execute after acquiring and installing a new access point, AP, switch, or router?
So what action should the network administrator execute? Enable a common password? Maybe. Connect to building? No. Change the default credentials. Enable all networks. Yes. So we need to change the default credentials. So the answer to this is to control access between external and internal networks.
What is the primary purpose of a screened subnet in network security?
What is the primary purpose of a screened subnet in a network security? To control access between external and internal.
A screened subnet is designed to enhance security by controlling access between external public and internal private networks. It uses firewalls to filter traffic, allowing only permitted communications to pass through, thereby protecting the internal network from unauthorized access. In order to help prevent unauthorized devices from connecting to a network security engineer needs to implement a solution where the switch authenticates devices and then activates the port. Which of the following options uses this functionality to help safeguard against this type of unwarranted access? Select 2.
Oh crap, I don't remember what 802.1x is. Port-based network access control. Man, I'm not gonna lie, like I don't know. So what is he trying to do? Where the switch authenticates devices and then activates the port. So media access control, MAC limiting and filtering. I'm gonna say this. And ARP inspection. Select 3.
What authentication methods should be implemented in order to ensure only an authorized collection of users are connecting securely to a network? Select 3.
So what authentication method should be implemented in order to ensure only an authorized collection of users are connecting securely to a network? No, it's not going to be a public open access point. That's stupid. So that means it has to be these other ones. Media access control, MAC filtering, group authentication, and pre-shared key.
What is the primary purpose of a screened subnet in network security?
To control access between external and internal networks. Dang, I literally picked the exact 2 that it's not. So we'll read the question again, we'll read the answer choices, and get this.
In order to help prevent unauthorized devices from connecting to a network security engineer needs to implement a solution where the switch authenticates devices and then activates the port. Which of the following options uses this functionality to help safeguard against this type of unwarranted access? Select 2. Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers IEEE 802.1 times, Port-Based Network Access Control PNAC. The IEEE 802 one-time standard defines a PNAC mechanism, which means that the switch or router performs some sort of authentication of the attached device before activating the port. PNAC means that the switch or router performs a type of authentication of the attached device before activating the port.
I'm going to need to let this one marinate. Even though it's the last one. So, I mean, it's these. We just read it.
What is the primary purpose of a screened subnet in network security?
To control access. Public access and... No. Between external and internal networks. And then we just went over this one. Sorry if I seem distracted. It's because I got to go take care of my dad. Okay, we did pretty good with this. We're done. We went through all 3. We went through the test questions. So, I mean, in all reality, like, we did a lot. We reviewed all the test questions. We reviewed all of Section 4. Tomorrow, we're going to do Section 5. Strap in because Section 5 is going to be long, okay? There's a lot of nuances. There's a lot of things that go on with it and things like that. So just kind of strap in. Stream is going to be tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., just like it has been the last few days. Yeah, and then on Sunday, I'm going to take another practice test. I don't know if I'm going to stream the practice test. I didn't stream it last time, mainly because, like, I want to be focused trying to take it. I'm not an expert in this stuff. This is just me. I'm just streaming my studying. That's all I'm really doing. So that's what's going on. I'm probably going to play Donkey Kong Bonanza tonight and or Saturday night. So just kind of keep that in mind if that's something that you're interested. It'll be somewhere around probably like 8 p.m., 9 p.m., somewhere around there. I don't know. Just actually, honestly, it'll probably be 9 p.m. if I do stream because I don't get off work until 8. So that doesn't make any sense. So it'll be 9 p.m. tonight. The only reason I won't stream it is if I still have continued issues with my my capture card. I think I figured it all out. I got it to stream once and then it didn't work the last time. So I don't know. It's kind of up in the air. So tune into that tomorrow morning, like I said, 8 a.m. And then, yeah, if you liked the content, like, subscribe, share it with a friend, save it, any of those different types of things. If you have any questions or if there are certain things that you don't understand or there are certain aspects or whatever, like, you know, put it in the chat, put it in the comments, anything of that nature. I'll do my best to try to help out. And even if I don't know it, I'll use all my resources to Google and try to help you out, regardless. So that's what's going on. And, yeah, I'm going to go eat lunch and check on my dad. And yeah, Makala Checo.